There we go. Okay. Now we have audio. Fantastic. Probably because yeah. Okay, that's good. Sweet. Okay. I forgot that that YouTube was all like, or not YouTube, but Windows was all like, we're gonna fucking update shit, and that means great. Now I have to fucking reset all my stuff, because even though I'm pretty sure my settings actually say like, hey, default is my Rode microphone, and then fucking every time it fucking resets, it's like, oh, is your default? It even says, yeah, it's fucking... I guess it is just an OBS thing, but like, what the fuck? Come on, man. Come on. You gotta step your game up here, OBS. Just a little bit. If it's like default, like, oh, we're gonna change it to your default audio for your computer. It's like, cool. My default is set to my microphone, so it's like, so you're not actually setting it to the default. You're just setting it to nothing. Nothing by default. Which I'm not blaming OBS for. I'm still blaming. This is still Windows' fault. Okay. Let's get on the right window here. Whoopsies. There we go. All right. What's up, everybody? It's me, follower Toshi, the man, the myth, the legend himself. What up? CEO of Toes. Fucking King started something that he is not going to be able to live down. He got that ball rolling, and now everybody's playing into that. The fucking, I mean, I guess I didn't. Maybe like it was one of those things where like I didn't intentionally, but the whole fucking drama over the fucking what was it? Pandora's Box, absolutely Pandora's Box. But like on top of that, the timing of fucking getting banned off of TikTok Live for like a minute because because somebody took pictures of an NPC's toes in Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resync, and that got me banned, and I made a whole thing about it, and now it's become like it's part of Toshi lore. It's a canon event. I was always destined to get banned off TikTok for a few hours, or TikTok Live for a few hours because somebody took a picture of an NPC's toes in a video game. That was always destined to happen. Oh, gee whiz. All right. What's up, everybody? How's it going? As you can tell, we are live a wee bit earlier than we usually are on I was about to say on a Wednesday, on a Friday, on a Fallout Friday. For anybody who's in the Discord server or is following me on Blue Sky, which I actually haven't been. At least you're embracing the title. Oh, I'm not. I'm doing everything I can to avoid it, but I am embracing the hilarity of the lore. It's quite funny. But anybody who's following me on the Discord channel, or anybody who's following me on Blue Sky, which admittedly I haven't been as active on Blue Sky recently, partially because I'm just kind of like over the whole fucking like social media posting stuff. Like, it's fine, but like, you know. Chat, are we fucking with Bologna or what? Oh my god. Chat, discuss Bologna right now. Go. I probably should be posting on Blue Sky a little bit more often, but like often it feels like very much like, oh, this is just like what I'm thinking at the moment, as opposed to like, you know, I don't know. I've always been kind of like bad at promotional stuff and never really know how to like use like posting social media directly, you know. It's like, especially with like Twitter. Twitter has always had like a very sort of like, how do I describe it? it's always kind of had a very bombastic news relationship, right? So usually anything that happened on Twitter just kind of like flew all over Twitter, and everybody kind of more or less had a reaction to it. And it's kind of the same on Blue Sky, but it's not quite to the same degree. Like, people aren't like constantly freaking out about one thing or another, which is awesome. But at the same time, makes it a little bit less intense. So you kind of have to, like, you know, focus on posting your own stuff, which as a content creator, well, partially as a streamer, because that's kind of like mostly what I'm doing now. I am working on a new video right now, which is funny because I was talking about how for the longest time, like, oh, I'm working on a video. I'm like, you know, nearing the end of the script, blah, blah, blah. This, that, and the other thing. I got a newer video that I'm close to wrapping up the script on. And then shouldn't be too long on that stuff. But, like, you know, it's not like being like an artist or an animator where I can post like, oh, here's like, you know, a snippet of what I'm doing. Here's a tease at what I'm doing. Because a lot of what I'm doing is like, oh, here's like, you know, part of a page of my script, or like here's like, you know, half of like, you know, a segment of the video in editing. Like, that stuff doesn't like look as interesting. So I sort of have to like lean more into like hyping up my streams and stuff like that. Cause that's a little bit more easy to make an immediate thing, right? It's the long-term stuff versus the immediate stuff. It's easier to hype up the immediate stuff. But as far as posting on Blue Sky and like social media and stuff like that, I do kind of need to get a little bit better at that. It's just I've just always been like a very poor planner. But all that is to say, we are doing an earlier stream today because I had a doctor's appointment that was originally scheduled for yesterday, but there was another thing I also had to do, and basically I just wasn't going to be able to make it there, so rescheduled for then. Nothing big, just a thing for work, but yeah, that's why we're doing an earlier stream today. It's still going to be great, still going to be fantastic, and then we're going to have our regular streaming schedule this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and we're going to get back into Baldur's Gate 3 after taking a brief break. See how the Bald Lock run goes. But for right now, if anybody who's I don't think I've like super talked about it in the Discord server. Howdy, sir. Howdy, Dragon. Draggy. What up? God damn it. Son of a bit. He's just checking in to see if I can pronounce his name right this week. Spoiler alert, no. Why does anybody watch me? But this has been for anybody who watched the Sunday stream when we did Big Walk. I was not doing good by the end of it. I had racked up 100-degree fever. As we were doing that stream, I felt like I was literally boiling from the inside. Spent like the next 48 hours sweating it out, getting back to like an okay state. I'm better now. I have like a little bit of neck stiffness, but that's mostly unrelated. This has been a rough week. I spent a lot of time sleeping, missed a lot of stuff. Apparently, there's a lot of new info on on both Elder Scrolls 6 as well as the Fallout Amazon show. I've been seeing a lot of leaked set stuff, and as far as Elder Scrolls, it's in a playable state, if I remember correctly. And Asha Sharma, the Xbox CEO, got to do not a full playthrough, but like a play test. So she was able to play a little bit of it, but it is in like some kind of playable state. which is pretty big news because I think when we found out that about Starfield, it was like a year away from release, something like that. But that's that's what I recall from my whole fucking fever dream of a week so far. So let you guys tell me what's been going on, and we'll talk about it because I kind of have some thoughts around. Specifically the Fallout Prime stuff. As far as like where we're going, what the potential story is going to be, and how that relates more so specifically to going to Colorado, in the time frame that we have, or not the time frame, but the projection, right? The direction that the show is going, all the stuff about the things that the that the set dressing is going to have, effectively what we see in the leaks, and then like how that pertains to like, you know, the idea that we're going to Colorado. So what I'm hearing is Fallout 5 2040s. Is that like, are you extrapolating that based on what I have said, or have you been hearing like in the news spin that we're more likely to get Fallout 5 by like 2040, like the early 2040s? What you've said? Okay, yeah. I don't think that. I think Fallout 5 is still more so projected to be like, again, probably like fucking 2030, something like that. Especially again, since we have this current sorry, hold on. Ah, damn it. I knew that was going to happen. I had a crumb on my keyboard, and rather than like, you know, do the smart thing and like not my keyboard, on my mouse, and like instead of doing the smart thing and turning off my mouse to clear it, I just started fucking picking at it. I need to fucking remove it. There we go. I'm suffering from weeping sores. Why is this not letting me remove it? Okay. It said enter to, it says right there, enter to place marker. And I can't, alright, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. None of this matters. Oh, now it's not actually, fucking goddamn it. Todd Howard, why? Why would you do this to me? Me specifically. Your most loyal and faithful shill. I'm hitting enter, I'm hitting everything. God damn it. Okay. I don't either. Okay. What do you think of the mini of you? What? Oh, the fucking and yeah, the that little figurine, something Forge. It's funny because I've used it myself. I just can't fucking remember the name of it. It's pretty cool. I don't like like you said, I don't know why they fucking made me not like a thick boy, but like a dense boy, you know? I don't know why the website did that, but like it was pretty cool. I liked it. Fucking put that shit on a fucking what is it? I was gonna say submarine for some reason. It's more so speaking to the fact that I'm still sort of getting over being sick, but like, you know, fucking put that, probably not so much. I don't see much. So like in terms of like merch and stuff, which I'm still like a fucking long ways from like actually properly thinking about, you know, I would probably more so make merch around like, you know, fucking like Gooby and like fucking memes about That's miscellaneous. Maybe we should do that actually. Like memes that the channel, like, you know, does basically. As opposed to like merch or memes of like merch specifically. Like just stick with merch. Merch of me specifically, right? I'm kind of like, you know, the figure. I'm the guy. Also, let me switch the right window here. Also, I just noticed on fucking TikTok, I don't actually have the stream. Fucking God, sorry guys. I'm oh fuck. Oh god damn it. I knew I shouldn't have gone this way. Son of a bitch. I'm getting fucking attacked by red scorpions. Fuck me. I am just making poor life decisions left, right, and center. Excuse me for 2 seconds while I continue to make bad life choices. Help me, raiders. Save me from the demons. They're infecting my blood with poisons. It hurts. It's a painful thing. Oh, no. Hit. Ow. No. Ow. Oh, thank God. Just barely fucking made it. Now, hopefully they can't fucking follow me in here. I don't think they can. But, yeah. Whoopsies. Oh, fuck. They are following me in here. Oh, fuck you. Get away from me. I don't like you. You are not a friend. What if I duck inside? Are they going to follow me inside? They're probably going to follow me inside. I hope not. I don't think they will. Because this is sort of like an instance location. So I probably just shook him now. Alright, sick. Okay. Yeah. Sorry I was fucking playing the whole game for like the past like fucking 10 minutes with the screen off for the vertical team. My bad. My bad, TikTok. We're all set now. We're good. Okay. Oh boy, what was I just talking about? Oh yeah, like merch and stuff like that. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have like, you know, merch or like figurines that are like me specifically. It would probably be like either like meme focused or like, you know, fucking Gooby. I feel like Gooby is a lot easier to fucking like slap on a t-shirt or like make a plushie out of. Like if I were like, again, I am a long way from like, you know, it being viable for me to think about like merch and stuff, but you know, I think it like, if there were to be like a me, you know, it would probably be like, I don't know, maybe a small limited run plushie or some shit. Like I don't know. I've always found like merch around like me specifically to be kind of weird, you know, unless it's like badass, right? Unless it's like a fucking cool design or some shit, then like maybe. But like I don't know. Had to log a creative liberties with lower half. Yeah. I don't really like. I do have an outfit in like a full outfit, like a full proper character outfit in Fallout 4. I think it's been a while since I've had it, but it's a gunner outfit. I think the like the knees have like the big like knee pad kind of things. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's like that and like combat boots, but like yeah, like it's mostly a chest up outfit at this point. Okay. Turning Toshi into a marketable plushie. Yeah, black magic. Toshi merch, toe stocks, and with Vault-Tec logo, obviously. That's fucking hilarious. Good shit. Let's see. If we follow the Fallout 5 year dev cycle, Elder Scrolls 6 in 2028, Fallout 5 2033, but everyone is hoping for a 2027 to 2030 push. So, as far as I was proud of myself for coming up with the idea to use coins as caps. Oh, is that one of the things in the in the image. Sorry, I have Discord closed on my page right now, or on my computer right now. I don't know why, but for some reason, I'm still sort of having that slowdown issue. Where actually I'm not. Maybe updating Windows actually fixed whatever was causing the slowdown. But for the right now, I just don't have Discord open, so I can't review it with my eyeballs at the current moment. But I did look at it, and I thought it was pretty cool. I thought the first one was kind of cooler, like the first rendition, but like, you know, it is what it is. They're both pretty badass. I appreciate any fan art and such. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Final 7. Fallout 76 was 2018. Starfield 2023. Elder Scrolls 6 is 2028, and Fallout 5 2030. That was the idea, but everyone is on the Asha hype train now. And like, here's the thing. The first version was just the upper half, and that's fair. That's fair. Websites like you know, character creation stuff like that is always, you know, kind of not hit or miss, but it is always sort of like you can only do so much with the technology, right? There's only so much that you can do with the bits and pieces that you have, because like, you know, it's a free use character customization thing. Like, yeah, it's going to have a lot of character customization, but it's not going to be like, you know, the biggest, most expansive thing in the world, right? It's just kind of how it is. But so here's the thing about here's the thing when it comes to Bethesda's release cycle, right? As was pretty accurately and pretty succinctly summed up by Neon there. We can go back even farther, right? We'll go with Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was 2015. Fallout 76 was 2018. Starfield was 2023, right? That's about 4 to 5 years between game release, right? And then going off of like a 5-year window, Elder Scrolls 6 ballpark, right? Ballpark 2027, 2028. We'll say closer to a firm 2028. And then Fallout 5 after that, 2030, 32, 33, something like that. I think specifically, because that's how it's been ever since Fallout 4 came out, right? Actually, if we could actually probably go back a little bit farther, and we could go back and say, we could go back and say Skyrim, because Skyrim was 2011, right? And then Fallout 4 years later, boom, 2015. And if we stick with that pattern, yeah, there's more content. They put out content pretty regularly, right? Bethesda's pretty good ever since Skyrim, and probably a little bit before Skyrim, right? They've been really good at putting out a new game every 4 or 5 years, right? At least, you know, going back as far as Elder Scrolls, right? Sorry, Skyrim. Specifically Skyrim. Ooh, actually, we could probably even go farther back to that, because, well, actually, it gets a little bit quicker there, because, what was it? Fallout 3 came out in 2008, right? Well, no. Fallout 3. Yeah, 2008. So that's like 3 years after that, Skyrim came out, right? So, like, regardless, point is, they're really good at having a pretty consistent release schedule, You know, every 3 to 5 years, they've been able to put out a new game. I think more so recently, because of the change up with Xbox and Asha Sharma recommitting to, you know, basically making the companies focus on the things that do the best numbers, right? Their most successful titles, which for Bethesda is Elder Scrolls and Fallout. I think that before Asha came in and said, hey, boom, this is what we're doing. We're running with we're running on this schedule. This is what we want you guys to like hyper focus on. Don't worry about anything else, right? Maybe not don't worry about anything else, but like this is your top priority. I think that before that, we were probably going to already see Elder Scrolls, or you know, the next Elder Scrolls game, whatever it is, which I think more so we're getting a lot more evidence that it's going to be in the province of Hammerfell, which like that we've been thinking that ever since, like that's been like the primary. That's been the primary, the prime suspect of where we're going to go. That's been the thing that everybody's sort of had like at the top of their list ever since like the trailer came out. Because I think that, oh wait, no, maybe it was High Rocks. With isn't it? Now I need to look up a map. Because I don't know the full map of Tamriel as well as in Elder Scrolls so well. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, Cyrodiil's at the very center. Skyrim's to the north, and then Hammerfell to the west of Cyrodiil, and then High Rocks to the north of Hammerfell. Okay. So I think for a little bit, people were more so convinced, I think because of the mountain range that we saw in the trailer, that we were going to High Rocks. Or it was going to sort of be like a split between High Rocks and Hammerfell, because High Rocks isn't a very large area, or at least not on the map. But Hammerfell is about as large as Cyrodiil. Maybe a little bit bigger. No, probably about the same size. Actually, they look pretty comparable. Because she put out the let me actually pull up her tweet here. Whoopsies. Because she had a tweet that sent everybody a Twitter. Elder Scrolls tweet. I just want like the image itself. Here we go. Alright, so let me pull this down here and let me reposition. I'm going somewhere with this, guys. I swear to God, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm not just fucking yapping for the sake of yapping. You guys already know that I fucking out here and I yap. All right. So this is the tweet that sent everybody sort of like, you know, psycho mode. Rightfully so. As far as Elder Scrolls go, right? As you can see, she did a live playthrough of Elder Scrolls 6. Bleh. You know, whatever that is. Scale and grandeur incredible. The story's even greater. Cool, great. They're like based on the if we take the number of asterisks that are in this you know right here, right, there's something I can't remember what it is, but in like titles and stuff, there's like the main body, and then there's like the number, and then there's like the little tag on name. I can't remember what that part specifically is called, but if we take the number of asterisks, let's see, it was, I'm trying to remember, because I follow Nikki, you know, Tunnel Snakes Fools, and she's been talking about this like crazy for like the last number of days. What could potentially fit in those asterisks if we take the number to be associated with the number of characters in the word, is, I believe, Hyrox, if you include the space, Hammerfell, Sentinel, I want to say Daggerfall. I have all of these words in front of me. I'm just too fucking lazy to count them. But again, a lot of stuff that's sort of, you know, specifically leans more so to Western Tamriel. Someone said Sentinel. Yes, that was something I was specifically going to say, because Tunnel Snakes was one of the people who also said, like, hey, we could also probably be fitting the word Sentinel in here, and Sentinel is the capital of Hammerfell because of a Starfield. Yes. So there was also a Starfield employee Easter egg number. There was also there was also a map, like way back when Starfield first came off. There was like a smudge on the helmet, and like that sort of had the shape of a specific area in Tamriel, or maybe it was Tamriel in general. It might have been Tamriel in general, but point is, when you're generating a character in Starfield, there is an employee tag number, and I believe it cycles through a bunch of different numbers. The majority of them mean absolutely nothing, but one of them that can pop up if you attach the numeric value to like specific groupings of numbers spells out the word Sentinel, which, as we already said, is the capital of Hammerfell. I think that specifically is sort of a little bit stretchy, but from what I've also seen, an employee who worked on Starfield confirmed that was an actual Easter egg. So we'll take that at face value. Point is, we have a lot of evidence that is pointing towards Hammerfell, Hyrox, you know, that general area. Maybe it's both, maybe it's only Hammerfell, right? 10-year-old me is tweaking right now. I know, right? Like, I don't sound it, but I'm also very, very excited, because this is going to be my first fucking Elder Scrolls game with fucking as a Elder Scrolls fan, which I guess also isn't 100% true, because ever since I became a fan when Skyrim came out, Elder Scrolls Online was a thing, and is still a thing. So but that doesn't count. The online games don't count. Shut up. Point is, we are most likely going to Hammerfell with the next with the next game. Don't forget about Castles. Castles is also fair. I was actually kind of a big fan of Castles. I still kind of am. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like much is being done with the game. I put the game down for like a very long time. And then like recently picked it back up, like very recently, but not like actually picked it back up to play. Just kind of like picked it up to like check in with it. Not a whole lot's going on with it. Like, you know, they get like little holiday updates here and there, but like there's not a whole lot of like, you know, content and stuff that, you know, sort of comes of it. It is a fun little game. But like nothing, you know, nothing ginormous. More or less just sort of like conceptually the concept of what the game actually is, like a minor step up from fucking goddamn it, from Fallout Shelter, right? Solid game, you know. To bring all of that back to the actual release windows and stuff, ever since, like, because you'll see fucking YouTubers and content creators all over the fucking place be all like, oh, fucking Bethesda hasn't put out a game in like fucking 15 years, specifically because they don't see Fallout as being like a legit title, and they just don't like Starfield, so they don't count that as a legit title either. There's so many fucking mental gymnastics that I see content creators do to justify, making a specific argument. Oh, this game was lackluster, so it doesn't count. I say specifically when it comes to Bethesda, but that's more so to say, like, this is just my area of expertise, right? This is my domain of big brain mastery. I see so many content creators bend over backwards to run with this argument. Oh, like Bethesda hasn't put out like a game since, some of them will even say like there hasn't been like a good Fallout game since, like New Vegas or whatever, which like half of those are, probably even more than half of those are literally just like New Vegas stans, who also hilariously in the same breath say that Obsidian is dog shit, because the fucking what was it, because Avowed was lackluster, or because Avowed was sort of a mess, and because God, excuse me, and because what is it? With the moon and such, fucking capitalism game. God damn it. I'm blanking so hard on it right now. Fucking goddamn it. What is it? What is the name of the game? Outer Worlds. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know how it took me so long to fucking remember that, because I talk about this shit all the time. It seems like every time I'm on stream, I talk about this shit. Thank you. Outer Worlds was they say, oh, Outer Worlds was lackluster. Fucking Avowed was a mess. So Obsidian hasn't put out a good game, and like I see it specifically in cause again, fucking I don't want to be talking about that short that I put out. They got all that attention. Oh, fucking Fallout, like the stands are gonna ruin the Obsidian game. But like there's so many people in that comment section, which thankfully has finally slowed down, because like, like, oh, you got like so many comments that were just like fucking dragging, like, okay. Sure. if I get more, if one of those comments that's like fucking dragging me gets more likes than my actual video, okay, sure, that's kind of like a bigger problem, but it more so speaks to the kinds of people that it got served to than the argument itself, in my mind anyway. But I saw so many comments on that were like, oh, Obsidian hasn't put out a good game in like 10 years, like 15 years, shit like that. And it's this weird combination of these two kinds of people who collectively don't like Bethesda, have completely lost faith in Obsidian, and just seemingly don't like video games at all, which has been just like a constant ongoing conversation with just gaming over the past like, decade, probably ever since like Gamergate, but more so recently, probably ever since like, I want to say like maybe 2018, 2019, probably maybe a little bit closer to like 2020, because that's when a lot more people had a lot more time to fucking bitch and moan about video games. But like it's just that they don't play video games. But when it comes to Bethesda specifically, Bethesda has had a really consistent release method of putting out major title installments, right? They had Fallout 4. Well, we go all the way back to Skyrim. They put out Skyrim in 2011. They put out Fallout 4 in 2015. They put out Fallout 76 in 2018. They put out Starfield in 2023. And that there's been a pretty consistent pattern there. Going back again, Fallout 3, 2008, 2011, 2015. They've consistently put out games, and there's just narratives that are like, oh, this game wasn't good. This game isn't a real Fallout game. You know, Starfield was bad, so we just don't count that at all. It's all just to build this narrative of a studio that just does nothing for 15 years and just kind of, you know, floats along on its laurels, which in some instances, yeah, sure, maybe you can make that argument. But if you're just looking at it from one specific perspective, oh, they haven't put out a Fallout game in like, you know, like damn near 15 years because for whatever reason, they're not including Fallout 76, which I would argue probably has actually made them more money than any other Fallout game, which, you know, is kind of a fucked up thing to say, partially because of like microtransactions and shit. But it's a Fallout game and they put it out and they make money. And whether or not you think it's like, you know, canon or should be canon or like is a good game doesn't really fucking change the fact of the matter that it is a game. Sure, it had a rocky launch, but like it's a lot better now. It's getting really good reception, really good ratings. Starfield, yeah, maybe is kind of like a stronger argument, but at the same time, you know, hey, sometimes fucking it's a new IP. Sometimes it's a new IP with a bit like they bit off way more than they could probably chew with it. What are you gonna do? That's just the way the cookie crumbles. I'm gonna get this guy out of here. So like again, there's a lot of arguments that could be made. I'm sort of getting a little off topic from my original standpoint because like I just fucking hate this shit. It's so fucking embarrassing and fucking cringe, and it just bugs the hell out of me when people deliberately act stupid and don't even seem aware that they're acting stupid, which is, you know, to be fair, the majority of, you know, the people who are stupid, they don't know that they're stupid. But what is this? Hold on. There we go. To the release schedule of the next Fallout and the next Elder Scrolls specifically, right? On that, first, let me get caught up with chat. I guarantee you, everyone that's obsessively criticizing Bethesda now will hate both Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5. They should move on. And I don't mean the rage grifters like Smash JT and the like. I mean the stands who cannot outgrow Fallout New Vegas and Skyrim. Yeah, there is a there is a lot of there. I mean, you know, grifters are just gonna grift, and it's like I think it's completely fair that if you don't like the direction a series is going, you can like definitely be critical of that, and that's fine. You know, everybody has a right to, you know, be critical of something if they think that it's worth criticizing. But I think there's a vastly different level when it's very obvious that the reason you don't like it is more so based on like, you know, again, more so like culture war focused stuff. If you don't like a game because you think the story is lackluster, because it doesn't really like one of the things that I see from anti-woke people a lot when it comes to LGBTQ characters in games specifically is that sometimes they feel forced, right? They feel forced and they don't feel genuine. And when it comes to Fallout and Bethesda fandom specifically, a lot of them will point to the characters in Fallout New Vegas and say, these were done right. It didn't feel like it was like, you know, disingenuous or like preachy or whatever. That I get. That I think is valid. But you don't see that a whole lot. You just see people like, oh, this kind of person was in the game. We don't want politics shoved down our throats. And like that's where I feel like it becomes a lot more performative, right? Oh, I don't think the gameplay was very good. Okay, that's fair. I don't think the graphics or like the gameplay loop is sort of living up to where it used to be. Also valid, right? I think those kinds of critical commentaries are definitely, you know, worth you know, voicing and being expressive about. But when it's just like, oh, there's a black character like with Assassin's Creed Shadows, or oh, there's you know, unrealistic amounts of LGBTQ characters in like this property or whatever. That's where it starts to become like, that's when it just starts to become a clown show. You could also argue Doom if you count publishing. Yeah, and like that's also another thing. Like Bethesda also is like a publishing company, so they've been putting out a lot of games publishing wise on top of the games they actually develop. But like that's kind of where it becomes a little bit more wobbly for me specifically. So I usually don't tend to focus on that. A multiplayer game from a mainly solo developer. It was always. It will always have bugs. I knew it was going to happen. Yeah, and like admittedly, they did sort of like they do have experience because they put out like Elder Scrolls Online first. But if I remember correctly, the studio that was mostly in charge of creating and like getting out Fallout 76 was like that was their first time working on an online game, so there is a little bit there definitely is a little bit of poor management at Bethesda, ZeniMax, however you want to say it. So like it is kind of it's not one specific thing. It's multiple factors. None of this stuff is ever just like one specific thing. There's multiple factors that are always working both for and against a game's launch and release and stuff like that. Fallout New Vegas will always have a cult following, though. Oh, no, yeah. New Vegas is always going to be a tremendously popular game. And as somebody who would probably rank New Vegas as maybe like... I'm going to say second by default. I'm kind of a little bit getting back into Fallout 3 conceptually anyway. I haven't like gotten back in like really like fucked around with it a whole lot, but like I'm kind of getting back in there. But solid 2, maybe a 3. Definitely not the best game in the franchise in my opinion. I think it's still an incredibly culturally relevant and culturally important game for Fallout. Not just because of, the fact that it's a very well-written game, but more so to the fact that it shows a couple things. One, Bethesda picks very good people to make Fallout games for them. We could probably... or Fallout IPs, right? We can say that with Fallout Prime as well. But more so specifically, it shows that when put into the hands of a separate development studio, they can make, like, Fallout can very easily be replicated. It can. I'm going to say that it can, emphasis on can, be replicated and recreated by a different studio. Very well. I think it kind of depends on which studio, and that's kind of one of the reasons I'm super, super glad that Bethesda doesn't just fucking, throw out the Fallout IP like fucking popcorn to anybody and everybody who wants to work on it. Yeah, Bethesda is very good at picking who makes Fallout IPs. And I think that the fact that it was made and eventually became such a big deal is noteworthy. And so that's why I say culturally, Fallout New Vegas is probably the most important game in the franchise. On the publishing note, they are just the disc press, if you think about it. What do you mean by disc press? Like, they're just the ones that, like... I mean, like, that's what a publisher is, right? They're just the ones that, get the games out there. Like, they didn't fuck, now I'm forgetting the name of that vampire game that they made. That it was like, oh, we got to put this out first, and that's kind of what's delaying Starfield a little bit. But, like, Redfall, that was it. So for, like, New Vegas or Redfall, like, they were the publishers on those games, right? They were the ones that, like, actually did the marketing and put all the stuff out there. They didn't make the games. But, like, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's what the publishers do. Speaking of which, one thing I've noticed with stuff like Doom or even Oblivion Remaster, if things go good, the company that made it gets praised, rightfully. But if there is something wrong or some controversy, Bethesda is always the one that gets blamed whether or not they actually are to blame. New Vegas is the biggest example of that. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that I also sort of like, not like forget, but like one of the things that I kind of like talk about and bring up a lot in just sort of like in my mind. That's one of the things I think of a lot. You know, I think that Bethesda really doesn't get. I was kind of talking about it already before, right? I don't think Bethesda gets enough credit for being able to find outside developers or outside creators to make, like, you know, Fallout Prime or Fallout New Vegas, and have them be like viewed as successful, right? Bethesda is good at picking who makes Fallout properties and having them be like incredibly successful or incredibly well liked, or, you know, at the very least reviewed positively, right? And I think that's great. I like that's it. That takes not an incredible level of talent and an incredible level of like observational skills, right, to be able to figure out like who's going to best represent the IP in the direction and the vision that Bethesda has. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's subjective, but like I think that's one thing that Bethesda doesn't really get credit enough for. Which, I mean, to be fair, they've only done like what, twice at this point, so you know, it is what it is. If Bethesda made Elder Scrolls 6 in 2020 and Fallout 5 in 2025, everyone would still complain, rage, and bitch. Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have detractors and stuff like that. It's just kind of worse now because there's been, over the last couple of years, a much larger detracting voice. And I don't know. It's. I've talked about it before. I think that there is always, you know, room and needs to be a place for critical conversation, but there's just been such an upswell of negativity grifters, larger or louder, in you're talking about like the critical space. Yeah, definitely a louder group of people like that. So I say louder specifically because two things are happening at the same time, right? The first thing that's happening is they're just more noteworthy, right? Bad news and negativity spreads and is more like viewed on the internet than anything else, than positivity or you know, sad things, you know, whatever, blah 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 blah. Negativity is the thing that gets the most traction anywhere and everywhere. That's just full stop how it goes. So when you have groups, or not groups, when you have individuals who are leaning into that, one of two things happens. One, they sort of stay at like a certain level of mainstream irrelevancy. Sure, they'll probably get big in like certain groups that they're in, or like certain circles that they're a part of. The macro content creator community, as I refer to it as, right? The smaller accounts, usually like 50K or like 100K and below, compared to anybody above that. When you start getting into like, you know, couple 100,000 or even like close to like 1 million, right? That's when you kind of become a little bit bigger and a little bit more mainstream. But when it comes to, do I want to stay for this? Nah, I'm not really interested. I'm not really trying to like hyper grind legendaries and stuff like that for Dawson. When you get into the specifically micro creator economy, you'll have like, you know, more noteworthy standout people, sure, but they don't reach the same level of like mainstream, you know, notoriety. but they'll still get a lot of views because they'll be usually seen as more indie, you know, smaller creators. Like, oh, I don't want to listen to like these, you know, these big giant creators because they're all like fucking, you know, bought by Hollywood or, you know, fucking blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing, just shills for the industry. But the smaller creators, they're the ones who are like actually speaking the truth and whatnot. You know, they're the ones that are more like, I guess boots on the ground. They're closer to the floor. So they have a more, I guess, perceived subjective, or objective rather, viewpoint of gaming quality or like, you know, journalistic integrity or some shit, whatever you want to call it. Or not call it, but, you know, however you want to classify it, whatever specifically is like the thing that separates them from the larger bot creators. Oh my god, I got 3 on me. Fuck. Go away. Oh, that's rough. Alright. I gotta place a tent and I gotta go to bed because I don't want to use another stim pack. I don't know how much I got, but I don't want to use another one. How much do I have? I got 50. Fuck that. I mean, I could, but I got enough to where I could just use it. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. So there's that, right? There's the fact that negativity just spreads farther and faster, right? And then there's the people who see that and are trying to, you know, create, you know, get themselves out there, get themselves established as creators. And it's just easier to fall into those like drama news cycle channels, right? It's easier to become one of those kinds of channels, you know, something that's more so trying to like, you know, mimic something like, you know, Moist Critical, or, you know, fucking, you know, Mudahar or any of these other like more reaction content creators, where, you know, maybe they don't just sit down and react to something like Wholesale, but they'll have like, you know, thoughts on like different things that happen over the course of the internet. You know, oh, this event happened. This is what's going on with, you know, the fucking stuff about EDP or like, you know, bricks and minifigs and, you know, oh, here's a fucking, you know, crazy thing that happened, on, you know, fucking, like, you know, like body cam stuff, or like here's something that like a YouTuber did, like the stuff with Gideon where he got like fucking arrested and stuff like that. Things like that. That'll be their type of content focus. But for these content creators specifically, it's anything that comes out of like the gaming industry, right? Oh, this is something that, you know, this is something that happened. This is why it's a bad thing. Or like, this is why this is a good thing because, you know, it happened this way. Or like this, one of the things that I've been seeing is people like cheering and celebrating like, oh, thank God, these people, all these woke activists from Bethesda or from like ZeniMax specifically are getting fired and stuff like that. Thank God we'll actually have like, you know, good games again and stuff like that. And that's kind of like an entirely different thing. It's I don't know. That specifically is very much like anybody who's like celebrating people losing their jobs is kind of like low key crazy to me. But like more so specifically, like, oh, these developers, like, oh, thank God we got to get them out of here because they're, you know, they're all like fucking, you know, blue haired woke activists and shit like that. It's like, okay, that's crazy. Anything after New Vegas is diarrhea, go woke or go broke. Maybe you can answer something for me, because I've been thinking about this. It's unrelated to you specifically, but it's something maybe I feel like you might have an insight on. I saw somebody in a in a video that I uploaded on YouTube fucking like, God, probably like a month ago at this point. And the video specifically was like my general thoughts where it's like, I think that what normally should have been, you know, a big return, big celebration and return to the Fallout franchise, as far as Obsidian's goes, is it's going to be a bittersweet return, because there's going to be people who are going to say, oh, Obsidian is garbage, Bethesda is bad, Fallout hasn't been good since, you know, New Vegas, etc., etc. That video specifically got a whole lot of comments. One of them specifically is, they said that it was along those lines too. It was like, go woke, go broke. The Odyssey is like the Odyssey specifically is a perfect example of that. It'll be remembered as Christopher Nolan's like worst film ever. I thought it was weird that they brought up the Odyssey in general. What is that about? Why do people think that the Odyssey is a go woke, go broke thing, and yet the movie has made like what, 7 times its original budget? Let me check here. Yeah, budget 2.5 million, box office so far 1.172 billion. So it's made like 4 times its original budget. I don't know if that counts as going broke. Maybe broke in this case means something slightly different, because it's literally not close to the actual story. What do you mean? Liberal developers are a cancer? I don't know what that means. I mean, I do kind of know what that means, but I don't know what you're talking about specifically. But like, what do you mean it's literally not close to the actual story? Admittedly, and like, I haven't seen it myself, but like, I know the story of the Odyssey. It's a pretty famous one. Okay, so this is the fire department. Join the fire breathers and then follow the overseer's journey. Okay. Everything is fucked in the new version, not even close. Look it up or watch it, dude. Again, like, that's why I'm asking you. Like, if it, like, I'm not talking about, like, you know, you gotta fucking, like, whip out a laundry list of why it is, but, you know, some sort of insight, because it is like a fucking 2.5 hour long movie. Ballpark. Which, again, I haven't seen yet, but I'm talking, like, you know, micro specifics, right? Like, maybe, like, an example. And again, more so like why I guess I'm sort of asking 2 different questions, which is like my fault. But like, again, maybe hyper specific, like go woke, go broke thing. It's made 4 times its budget. What does broke specifically mean in this connotation? Because virtue signaling and liberal arts is cancer. I can agree to a point that virtue signaling is a cancer. I think it's a little wild that your first comment ever in my stream is anything after Fallout New Vegas is diarrhea. I definitely think that that's virtue signaling. But like, again, like, I'm a little lost on the specifics of it. What do you think the whole Liberal Party is? What do you mean Liberal Party? Are you in like the UK or something? The UK has a liberal. Is it a liberal or a progressive party? I know we don't have a Liberal Party in the United States. Okay, yeah, it is a Liberal Party in that. So you must be talking about the UK. Mint Dems. Oh, okay. That's the follower Toshi. What up? It's me. Not even close. It's gatekeeping. I don't know what you're talking about gatekeeping. I also don't really know what... I feel like we're getting off topic here a little bit. What's your most favorite power armor? Oh, fuck. I mean, Fallout 76 would probably have to be like the bubble armor or the dolphin armor. Both of those go pretty hard. Those are pretty funny. I'm gatekeeping, not virtual signaling. Oh, I see. No, that's not what you're doing though. You came in to the chat and said anything after New Vegas is diarrhea. That's like 100% virtue signaling. in a public live chat. That's literally what I'm doing, dog. It's not. Okay. If that's what you think, I'm fine with that. But like, it's not. But again, my question is still, you know what? Since you want to talk about it, let's talk about that in this specificity. I did go into like, you know, completely different a different talking point than you originally came into the conversation with the Odyssey and stuff like that. That's my bad. When it comes to Fallout specifically, what do you see as like the big post Fallout 4, right? Which is specifically post New Vegas, my bad. Which is Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Fallout Prime. If we're counting all Fallout property, right? What do you see as being the biggest negative detractor that those titles, or those entities rather, have changed, I guess, about Fallout conceptually? And again, I'm looking for specifics, or like a specific. You know, again, you don't have to fucking roll out a whole big manifesto or like a grocery list of reasons, but like, you know, in your mind, like the biggest one, like the most egregious one. Why are they saying you're gatekeeping? They're not saying that I'm gatekeeping. They're clarifying that them coming into the chat and the first thing they're saying, that anything after New Vegas is bad, is not virtue signaling, it's gatekeeping. Which I argued that it is it is virtue signaling, but they disagree. But, you know, I'm not willing to die on that hill. I'm more so interested in, you know, what after New Vegas specifically do they see as being like, you know, the biggest negative thing? Like what's the big negative thing that has changed about Fallout since New Vegas came out, that they consider to be, I guess, more so, you know, woke, because they also talked about that, you know, go woke, go broke. I really should turn the thing back on. I don't know if they're still in the chat or not. And they might have left. People like that don't stay in my chat very long to actually, you know, support their arguments. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is typing up a list and I'm just being impatient and unreasonable. You know? Let's listen to an overseer's log.
Automation used to define life in West Virginia. Now it's the only thing left. These training programs that the responders have set up. How many survivors were running through these? It takes a certain calling to voluntarily run into the middle of a fire, rescue people. Looks like they kept up that spirit, even as the dangers changed. They must have fought the Scorched up close more than anyone. I need to find out what they knew.
The Odyssey, the one story that has an oral story, and definitionally hasn't changed as it was passed down by bards long before the finalized written original text existed. Yeah, that's also kind of weird because like for the longest time it was an oral story and it didn't have a written version. And then like even like since the written version came out, there's been like, you know, different retellings and renditions and stuff like that. Sort of separate, but I also remember seeing people who were all like, oh, what was it? There are also people saying like it's not historically accurate, and it's like, my guy, the fuck? Can't confirm Toshi has been patient. I've worked for him. It's as a joke. Yeah, exactly. Did the Atomic Shop have weekend deals? I don't know. Let's see what they got up right now. Fucking never mind, apparently. There we go. Because I opened it up and then immediately accidentally closed it. Let's see, we've got, yeah, it's got some pretty decent ones. I think the Butterfly Apothecary has a good thing. Because I have the Butterfly Apothecary. What do they make? They make acid, I think. I have this in my main camp on my main save. I don't remember what it creates, but it creates something that I find useful. I'm pretty sure it's acid. But yeah, there's a pretty decent amount of discounts. This is all old from this week. Like, yeah. I haven't played this game since last week, so like probably nothing like, you know, nothing that you don't already know about. What's your most favorite weapon? In 76, the Holy Fire. The Holy Fire, and then what is it? Fuck, what is it? The Civil War Gatling gun. Both of those are pretty sweet. Also, I'm pretty sure that guy fucking dipped. I'm pretty sure that that he just came in to fucking call everything after New Vegas bad, bitch and moan about liberals in a very vague. Everything was very vague and didn't really have any sort of like backbone to it, and then just dipped, which for me personally was a very interesting experience. I'm pretty sure he did. Oh, he did. Okay, yeah. Me personally is a very interesting experience because, as I've talked about a lot before, and I'm so fucking sick of actually talking about, what did I miss? We had some dude on TikTok come in and his first time ever chat was him saying that everything after New Vegas was ass, and then proceeded to, admittedly not, you know, by himself. I sort of like, you know, engaged in the conversation, but went on to say that fucking The Odyssey was dog shit, and then started bitching and complaining about Democrats, and wasn't at all. It was funny because he actually had like a little micro breakdown over the fact that he wasn't virtue signaling when he just came into a random stream to talk about how, you know, everything after New Vegas was bad. He was just gatekeeping, which is like, you know, totally what he was doing, and wasn't just, you know, trying to make a spectacle of himself. Which is like doubly weird because like gatekeeping is all like, oh, we need to keep like bad fans out of the fandom or whatever. He wasn't even really doing that. He was just calling every game after that bad, which is like, you know, that, to be fair, that is an opinion, and one that I don't think is like completely invalid, but like it's really difficult to say that, you know, that's not virtue signaling. I think that's kind of ridiculous. I was saying, he said Fallout 4 was bad. He didn't say Fallout 4 was bad. He came in and said that everything after New Vegas was diarrhea, which by Ledger, is inferring that he's referring to Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Fallout Prime, if we're also including non-video games. But then I guess that's also including Fallout Shelter. Huh. Wow. Four titles in one swing. That's pretty impressive, actually. I always, as a big Fallout Shelter fan myself, that's kind of impressive. Wow. I even forgot about Fallout Shelter. That's bananas. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. Have you ever met any Fallout haters and they just start spamming hate? So here's where I was originally going with that. I uploaded a short video several weeks back. Anybody who watches me long term on TikTok or YouTube has most likely seen it. The video specifically was a short video where the thesis of my video was like, what normally should be a big return home for Obsidian coming back and making a new Fallout game is going to be ruined by two people. One, people who just like blanket hate Bethesda, and are going to be like, oh, thank God, Bethesda has lost control of the Fallout franchise. It's in better hands now. This is amazing. Not specifically saying that the new Fallout game is going to be bad, but more so just souring the mood because they're just going to spend all their time dunking on Bethesda, which is what we saw a lot of content creators basically come out and do pretty much like the day of or the day after the announcement was made. But then the opposite side of that is going to be, or maybe not the opposite, in conjunction with that, are going to be the anti-woke people who just don't like modern video games. I've seen a lot of people in the comments of this video specifically on YouTube say that, oh, fucking, it's not the same Obsidian. Everything that Obsidian has put out over the last like 10 years have been bad. Name one game that Obsidian has put out that's been good over the last 10 years, as if, you know, Pentiment or the Grounded series haven't. They just don't. And that's the thing. They just don't play video games and they don't interact with the video game industry. So they just don't know about these things. They haven't known about anything in the video game industry since, like, you know, 2016. But so like that was the thesis of my video. Like, it's going to be a great game, but its entire rollout is going to be dampered by all these grifters and all these just people who are just mad at modern gaming for X, Y, or Z. And all of the comments, not all of them, but the mass majority of the comments I got on that video were people proving me right, because they just started, you know, fucking freaking out and being all like, oh my God. Well, I also said that Fallout New Vegas was woke and they had a big problem with that because they're illiterate. But like, you know, that was all, like, I got so many negative comments on that video, on YouTube specifically. On TikTok, that exact same video also did decently well. It didn't do as crazy on like the numbers, but like the majority of the comments were also like along the lines of like, oh my God, how do these people not think that Fallout is woke? You know, like stuff like that. And like for the most part, every comment that I've had on TikTok specifically has been pretty, you know, pretty positive. I've had a much more comment relationship wise, a much better positive reaction on TikTok than I have on YouTube. Stuff will usually go a little bit crazier numbers wise on YouTube. But generally that's been my experience. But to have somebody on TikTok specifically come in and just start fucking talking all this like fucking anti-woke trash and stuff like that was fucking wild for me. That was a brand new experience for me. And I'm so glad I had you guys here for that, because that would have been like a bummer to just have like be something that like not a whole lot of people see. But now I actually have people who saw it and like, hell yeah. Oh boy, good shit for me. I just got a power tool ad right now. This stream is too manly for my woke sensitivity. Yeah, you right. I'm just out here fucking running Black & Decker commercials. Fucking all you liberals with your soft hands and Kissable lips, get out of my stream right now. I used to hate on 76 so much. I started playing it a couple weeks ago, and I'm hooked. It's awesome. It's pretty fun. I'm not the biggest fan of it, mostly because I don't like a lot of the like onlineification aspects of it. But it is very much like one of those games to where, like, you know, especially if you like fell into sort of like I don't want to like pigeonhole it as like a term or anything, or like any sort of like connotations, but like a lot more of a, if you had like a much more negative connotation where like, oh my God, this game is just like trash from the get-go. There's nothing like redeemable about it. It's just a terrible game, like all over the place. You know, like what, like one of those mindsets. It's literally one of those things where it's like you get exposed to it and you're actually going to be able to form an opinion about it. If you don't ever have an opinion about it, oh, I'm taking a test here. Whoops. I should probably actually focus for that. If you don't ever actually engage with something, you can't ever develop an actual opinion about it. So you're not the knowledge that you have and the conclusions that you reach are only ever developed from that sort of third party outside looking in standpoint. And it's not intrinsically the worst thing in the world, but without that sort of direct experience, you can't really give a meaningful commentary on something. I've been playing Fallout 76 since launch. I didn't experience as many of the bugs as most people did, but I definitely saw a lot of them. So it's like, yeah, the game at launch was fucking insane. I can't believe they actually let that shit get out the door. I know exactly why, because ZeniMax, you know, pushed it out the door. But like, yeah, it was insane at launch. It was fucking broken and fucking buggy and unbalanced and shit. But like since then, they've made it into something really, really good. Is it amazing? No, I don't think so. I also don't really like, as I said, I don't like the whole onlineification stuff, which is like, you know, the legendary stuff, the hyper focus on like loot and like, you know, grindy aspects. That's just kind of how online games go. You know, there's nothing really that can be done about that. But like, yeah, it's probably like, you know, I was going to say like top 5. There's really only like, unless you count like the first 2 games, there's only so many Fallout games. So like, you know, but like, it's definitely not like top 3 or anything, but like, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, it like, I feel like so many people like they just get caught in like the media spin and like listening to like content creators be like hyper critical of it. And it's like, unless you like actually experience something for yourself, you're never going to know whether or not it's something for you. You're always just going to constantly be in a state of being told what is, you know, what is good and what is not. And this is just me, right? This is just me. I don't particularly like having somebody else tell me what I should think is good or not. I watched fucking what was that movie that came out very recently? The Last House. Yeah, The Last House. I heard a lot of people online before I like actually got around to watching say, like, "Oh my God, this is bad. It's so bad. It feels like it was like written by AI and shit like that. Nothing makes sense, blah, 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 yeah, stuff like that." I don't agree with the idea that it was written by AI, like the theory that it was written by AI. I think there are just some people who just can't properly suspend their disbelief enough to like actually enjoy some things. I think there's some people who are just like, oh my God, they just take things like so like hypercritical all the time, right? But like, it wasn't a great movie. It was an okay movie. I'd probably like maybe give it like a 6 if I were to rate it out of 10. But like, I don't know. I just never got the idea that it was like AI generated. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm too unk to fucking to spot this shit. But like, Yeah, I don't know. Again, my point with that is like, I developed that conclusion because I actually engaged with the story. I actually engaged with the content, and now I have a proper perspective that I can pull from. If you don't do that with fucking other media, like, you know, games and shit, you're just gonna be parroting what somebody more, I don't want to say more successful, but like somebody who has more resources, right? Somebody who has a larger platform, and you're just going to be parroting what they say. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. I don't know. But unless you have that experience for yourself, you're never going to be able to give a subjective or an objective. No, subjective. You're never going to be able to give your own subjective analysis. You're just going to be going off of whatever anybody else said. Dude, I lost my alien ray gun in Fallout 4 when I logged off, and now I can't find it anymore. Ah, are you on console? If you're on PC, there's, you know, console commands and stuff. But if you're on console, yeah, that's kind of rough. You're gonna have to reload, maybe. I could call it a soft woke person for someone who is male presenting, but I literally spent the week breaking my table and my wife's desk apart in a Wonder Bar, a hammer, and my feet. What? You fucking in your apartment going fucking Hulk smash mode on your fucking table? What the fuck? A settler might have it. Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, a settler might have it. I also learned I have enough leg strength to break through thick wood. That's crazy. That's bonkers. Yeah, the whole fucking like soft woke person. That's why I can't take. I've talked about this before. That's why I can't take fucking anybody online who's all like, oh my god, fucking all the like. Again, to fucking lean into all the fucking like anti-woke stuff. That's why I can't take these people seriously, because it's so very clear that they have a very specific viewpoint of the world, and it's such a cartoonish parody that I can't fucking take it seriously. They think that everybody they're arguing with online is like a fucking soy-fed, fucking either anorexically skinny or like obesely overweight, you know, like person with like blue hair and fucking like, you know, all this fucking like it's just an exaggeration. These kinds of people live in an exaggerated world, and there's no other reality. And there's fuck, what is it? I can't remember what it is. I was just watching a video that was talking about well, the video itself was talking about like the newest chapter of Absolute Batman, but in the video, Batman was trying to like solve something, but everybody else around him is telling him like, no, there's nothing here to solve. Like, there's no grand conspiracy. What is it? There's confirmation bias, and then there's something very, very similar to confirmation bias, and it often gets confused with it, but it's like psychologically what it is you're not only looking for narratives that fit your own to confirm your own bias. You're looking for evidence that supports something that you want to be true. And I feel like that's what a lot of people who are, you know, who fall into that anti-woke, anti-liberal sphere in like the entertainment industry are specifically tunnel vision. It wasn't called tunnel vision, but it is very, very similar. It is kind of a similar effect. To where they're only looking at things that prove what they think is accurate, right? So it's going to be like, you know, like, what was it? It was Dustborn. There was like a newer game that came out, something Tapes, I think. You know, Veilguard. specific elements of Assassin's Creed Shadows, all these things that sort of build this narrative that video games are being created in this way, and this is the evidence we have that supports that. And they sort of blank out anything else, right? And it's sometimes what is it? Mixtapes. That's what it is. Mixtapes. Sometimes it's even things that they themselves utilize that they also criticize. So I don't know who's seen it, but apparently I think it's in New York. I think Andrew Tate is currently being held in New York right now, awaiting a trial or something like that. Pigeonholing, I don't know. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'd have to go back and rewatch the video to get the specific term. But it is for the sake of argument, think of it in the same way that you think of confirmation bias. It's slightly different, but it's similar. They're looking for the idea. They're looking for evidence that supports something that they want to be true, rather than, just repeating things that confirm what they already know to be true, right? Or what they believe to be true. Blah, blah, blah. A good example, I believe Andrew Tate is being held in New York, and a bunch of manosphere dude bros came out to protest. And I guess as their form of protest, or as a form of solidarity, they all just started doing push-ups outside of the building he's been held in and stuff like that, right? Which is okay, sure, all right, yeah. It's a little cringe, but like, sure. Does anybody remember one of the things that they constantly pointed to in Dragon Age: The Veilguard as being like cringe virtue signaling? It was specifically around the character of Tosh. And it was one scene in particular where the main character, another companion, Tosh, and like somebody who worked for the same mercenary outfit that they worked for, are all like hanging out. And at one point, this mercenary friend accidentally refers to Tosh, who at the time identified as, as they, them, right? Whereas biologically, they were female. The mercenary accidentally refers to Tosh by she, and in their outfit specifically, they do this thing where it's like, the idea is like, actions speak louder than words. So like, you do wrong by somebody, instead of just saying sorry, you do a push-up or whatever. And that, again, reinforces the concept that like, actions speak louder than words, and maybe not should, but doing something physically to show, like to apologize is better than just like saying it, because you can say anything, and this, that, and the other thing. And here we are, like much later, where we see people doing the exact same thing, on the mental right of the conversation. They are performing an action as a means of standing in solidarity with somebody, based on a perceived wrongdoing. With Tosh, it's bad because they're doing it over somebody's identity. But then when it's Andrew Tate, it's good because he was like wrong, quote unquote, wrongfully imprisoned in their eyes. Sure, maybe there's a slight differentiation, but like, I don't know, it seems kind of fucking cringe and hypocritical to me. That's all I'm saying. Oh my god, it's fucking hot in here. And I don't think my messages are going through yet. No, they are. Oh yeah. Skinny, you can't grow much muscle. Yeah. I mean, on the whole, like, big strong man, they just the whole conversation on that end of, like, you know, what an ideal man is like based. I don't want to say based entirely, but a lot of it leans really heavily into stereotypical toxic masculinity. Like, oh, men should be like strong and aggressive and, like, you know, defenders and stuff like that. But then it also sort of leans a little bit into like ableism, or, well, no, yeah, mostly ableism, because, like, you know, if you're not like fucking jacked and strong and, like, you know, able-bodied and stuff like that, like, you're not a man. You're not a real man. Oh, like, oh, he's in a wheelchair. Like, oh, he can still be a man because he's, like, you know, fucking, like, big and has, like, fucking huge muscles and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, oh, and he can, like, you know, fucking grow a full beard and stuff like that. And I'm like, all right, well, there's all these examples of, you know, men who haven't been that, or haven't, you know, aren't capable of something like that. Like, oh, they're not men. They won't say that. They'll say that about women based on, you know, X, Y, or Z. But they'll never say it about men. Men never actually come into the conversation unless it's like, oh, this is what an ideal man is. He's big, strong, and stuff like that. Give me 2 seconds to run and use the bathroom, and I'll be right back, and then we'll fucking actually play the game.
Hey, you. Want to talk for a bit?
Okay, I'm back. All right. He's big and strong, but can he cook? Yeah, that's the real thing. If you can't cook, sorry, gamers, you're out. It's as simple as an ideal man makes everyone around him feel safe, rather than physically, mentally, or whether it's physically, mentally, or emotionally. Yeah. Also, I looked up for a second, where the fuck did Toshi go? Actually, and not. Yeah. All of the above. Physically, mentally, and emotionally. All right. Does he know how to make a grilled cheese? Probably not. Definitely not that. Definitely not that guy who was in here earlier. That's the new metric for whether or not you're a man. Can you make a grilled cheese? Okay. Watch me fucking one-shot this shit. The tunnel you're traveling has begun to fill up with strange gas in here without your breathing apparatus. What do? Evacuate everyone as quickly as possible. While traveling in a smoke-filled building, your breathing apparatus has failed. Which of the following will serve as the best replacement? A water-soaked rag covering your face in a plastic wrap. One of your fellow fire breathers has been burned. The area is painful to the touch, but no blisters are forming. You've applied a cool compress. What's the next thing to do? Coat the burn in dirt. Gently bind the burn with clean bandages. While exploring a collapsed mine, your team leader flashes their safety light quickly 3 times. What does this mean? Fuck, I actually don't know this one. It's either retreat or halt in place. I'm gonna say halt in place. Passing score 7 out of 7. Ah, jeez. Would you rather have in real life the ability to fast travel or quick save? Quick save. Easy. I'm going to say retreat. One of your squad mates has caught a case of sludge lung. Which of the following sets of ingredients, when cooked together, can be used as a cure? Purified water, ash rose, blight, soot flower, a cigar and a steak, dirty water, fire caps, snaptail, and cram. I'm going to say this one because it doesn't include food. Jet, real. Fix it with Jet. Hey, you got a small paper cut? Why don't you do Jet about it? You stumbled upon a band of scorched, diseased people brandishing clubs. Which of the following is the only acceptable method of engaging them? Disabling with the police batons, fall back and engage at a safe distance with firearms, sneak up silently and slit their throats. Fall back and engage with firearms. You've captured a scorch-infested man who you recognize as a childhood friend. What do you do? And the responders, and the life as mercifully as possible. Yes. 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 Oh! See? First try. Psycho would have been more appropriate with the timeline of this game. Yeah, you right. You probably right. Because it is one of... I mean, like, I guess, like, kind of technically, like, Jet still... They've already established that Jet is now a pre-war drug, you know, because they were in that vault in Fallout 4. Physical knowledge. Oh, wait. Please more to these sides. Okay, yeah. Look.
Hey, you. Want to talk for a bit?
It's Tiffany.
Are you here to become a fire breather too?
Fuck yeah, I am.
Wow. That's awesome.
What was that thing? Oh yeah, the Psycho stuff. Because like Psycho originally, or not Psycho, Jet. Jet was originally a Fallout 2 era invention, made by a guy named Myron, which was just fermented Brahmin shit. But then in Fallout 4 they retconned it so that it was actually a post-war drug, and it's like Jet was cow shit gas. Yeah. And I think more so it's they, I mean, they haven't really like reamped up on it, but my headcanon is that Jet was originally a pre-war drug, but then obviously, you know, fucking eventually that shit all runs out after the bombs fell. So what eventually became like the primary thing that we see as Jet after the bombs became the stuff that Myron made. And maybe Myron at one point found an original, maybe not an original recipe, but like original Jet, and was like, I could fucking recreate this, and then did, but like, you know, could only get like as close as possible. That's my headcanon. That's where I think all this went. Who are you?
Wow.
It's Tiffany.
You want to get to know me? My name is Tiffany, and I'm trying to become the greatest fire breather that Appalachia has ever seen. It is my sworn duty in life to try and stop the Scorched invasion from taking over the world, or at least Appalachia.
Could also have just been a reused name, lore-wise. Well, no, so that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, sure, he definitely reused the name, but we know that it was because of that vault in Fallout 4, which I can never remember the number of. I know the Gunners were there. I just can't remember the number. Because of that, it retconned Jet from being a post-war drug, which was the lore starting in Fallout 2 when Myron made his version of Jet and, you know, called it Jet. That changed it to being a post-war thing, because that's the only way that all of this Jet could have gotten into the vault, is if it existed post-war. So the way I sort of 95, that's it. Thank you. The way that I, you know, square all that, the way I square that circle in my mind is Jet is a pre-war drug, but then at some point it all ran out or it started running really, really low. And Myron was all like, hey, I think I can recreate this drug using what I have around me. And then, you know, started fucking fermenting Brahmin shit and stuff like that. And then fucking slapped it in a tube and was like, this is pretty much the same effect. This is now Jet. So it's like, I think that the Jet that we have in, like, you know, post Fallout 4 is definitely, even like, you know, post Fallout 3 and stuff like that, is Myron's stuff. But we also know that post-war or like, yeah, pre-war stuff exists that is of the same basic, you know, quantity and chemical. I just found out who Shadman is. I want to remove my eyes. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of a trip. What's a fire breather?
Oh boy, am I glad you asked.
Oh my god, they're the coolest dudes that ever existed.
They're only the most elite team.
They're firefighters, but offensive.
Dedicated to saving Appalachia from the dreaded scourge.
Where are the fire breathers now?
They all gave their lives fighting against the scourge. Bless their souls. If only they had access to the vaccine that we do now. The best way to pay respects is to continue their mission and keep fighting those scourged.
Dear God, that name, I know, right? Yeah, that brings up some memories.
Try my best to answer.
How long have you been trying to go to fire?
Well, I absolutely crushed.
Oh, fuck. I just remembered, I fucking went on, like, too many fucking tangents and spun off too many times and then completely forgot that we were originally talking about, like, the release windows for Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5. So, I've sort of been pretty vocal about this and pretty consistent. I think that we're most likely going to have, like, so let me see here real quick. Okay, so what was it? Starfield came out in 2023. That's because that was the same year as Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, and then the Oblivion remaster came out April of last year, so 2025. Okay, sorry. I looked up the Steam page for the Oblivion remaster and saw that it's getting a bunch of mixed reviews right now, and that seems to be because performance is pretty choppy, which is like, all right, yeah, sure. But so that came out in 2025, right? Starfield came out in 2023. The Oblivion remaster came out in 2025. I get it, Toshi. I'm getting it. I couldn't get a date with Tiffany. She was too focused on her career and her future as a fire breather. She's a woman of her career. She ain't got no time for love. She's got to become the greatest firefighter the world has ever seen. You know that. She just said that. Look, fucking. Okay, maybe she didn't just say it, but she said it like a minute or two ago. So I think more so that we are going to be getting. All right, so I think that what is most likely to happen before all of the like stuff with before the shakeup at Xbox, right? I was pretty confident that what was going to happen is that we were going to get Elder Scrolls 6 in either late 2027 or mid to late 2028, leaning more so into 2028, right? Partially to match up with the, like, you know, again, roughly 3-4 years that Bethesda takes to actually put out a game, or 4 or 5 years. So that was more so my headspace with that we were going to get it in 2028. And then after that, we were probably going to get Fallout 5 in either 2030 or, you know, again, ballpark 2030. Since now we have confirmation that we're not only going to be getting a new, or that we're going to be getting the remasters of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, but also that Obsidian is now going to be making a Fallout game. I think that we are going to get, and because of the shakeup with Xbox and stuff like that, and the reprioritization they're focusing on, I think that we are more likely than not going to, because I don't think that we're going to have it as like a surprise winter drop for the holidays, right? I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think that we are most likely going to have a trailer, like a proper trailer for Elder Scrolls 6 sometime either in the spring or at Summer Games Fest. And then we're going to have it as an actual proper release sometime in the fall of next year. That would probably be my safest prediction. And I think that I would say it's either going to coincide with that. I think we're probably maybe going to get a shadow drop of the Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, or Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas remasters in the spring. And then maybe a little bit after that, an actual release trailer for Elder Scrolls for 6. And then I think that I would probably be pretty safe in saying that we're either going to get Fallout 5 in, part of me, because here's the thing. Here's the two things that, well, to just spit the number out. I think we're probably going to get Fallout 5 in 2029. That's my thought process. Either at earliest 2028, but I think maybe closer to like late 2029, if not like early to mid 2030. And I think part of the reason for that, because before I would have just said, oh, we're probably going to get it, you know, sometime between 2030 and 2032, like most likely. But there's a couple of things that are working counter to that in effect. Part of it is the whole, you know, oh, we have Obsidian making a new Fallout game. So there's going to be renewed hype and interest for that. And because there's, you know, renewed hype and interest around Fallout, that means that there's going to be a larger focus to put out Fallout 4 or Fallout 5 sooner. And because Xbox also now wants them to focus on prioritizing that, we're probably going to have a smaller percentage of the team working specifically on, you know, content for Starfield, content for Elder Scrolls Online, content for Fallout 76. I would say probably maybe 20 to 30% of the studio is focusing on that specifically, whereas another 20 to 30% is focusing on probably closer to maybe like 10 or 20% focusing on prep work for Fallout 5. And then the rest of the team right now is focused on Elder Scrolls, right? So the time frame for Elder Scrolls has moved up considerably It's again, in my mind, moved up like at least a year and a half at best. But because that's their primary focus, that then means after Elder Scrolls finished up, we have two things that are going to be made, in my mind, are going to be made by outside studios. Whatever studio is going to be remastering Fallout 3 in New Vegas, probably the same studio that they had remaster Oblivion. And then we also have whatever game Obsidian has cooking up. If hypothetically, in theory, if they had already been working on a Fallout project before the announcement, like, let's say maybe 6 months, then we probably are going to be getting a new Fallout game 2027. Maybe. It kind of really depends on whether or not it's being made in the same engine that like 76 or 4 is being made in, right? Giving Obsidian the reins and the tech to do pretty much the same thing they did with New Vegas, using the Fallout 3 engine to make a new game, right? Which I think is most likely. I don't see Obsidian making a whole new engine and stuff for a new Fallout game. I see them doing exactly the same thing they did with New Vegas. So I think that we're more likely to get a new Fallout game between, somewhere between the start of 2027 and probably summer 2028, right? That's where I more so see us being more likely of getting one, which in the meantime makes it so that pure setup, where it's like, 20 to 30% of the company is working on maintaining and updating, like, Starfield and their online games. The vast majority is working on, like, 50, 60% of the company is working on Elder Scrolls. And then everybody else is working on prepping Fallout 5. Once Elder Scrolls wraps up, that entire development team then switches, probably mostly, like, it all merges together into Fallout 5. And maybe a small amount of that splits off for, prep work for, I don't know, Starfield 2 or the Elder Scrolls game after that, right? Either of those is a possibility. I would kind of like to see Starfield 2, but like, I think that they're probably more so going to maintain Starfield. I don't know. Starfield is kind of like up in the air right now, but I feel as if that's what's going to happen. The shift is going to change. There's going to be a lot more hands working on Elder Scrolls right now, and then there's going to be a lot more hands working on Fallout right now. And because we're also getting the Obsidian game, and I think that most likely that's going to be the focus there is going to be on not focus. Because Obsidian is going to be making a Fallout game, we're going to be getting a new Fallout game probably within the next, like, year and a half, 2 years, right? A big part of that is mostly hinging on the idea that they're going to be doing the same thing that they did with Fallout New Vegas and focusing on making a game with the same engine that they used for, like, Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. Maybe they do it with Starfield, right? Maybe they use the same engine that they use Starfield with, and it just sort of like upscales or whatever. But to reiterate, I think that the time scale that we're looking at, as far as when the Elder Scrolls comes out, Elder Scrolls 6, I think it's probably going to be, especially since Asha said that, hey, the game is in some sort of playable state, I feel more confident that we're going to maybe be getting an actual trailer sometime in the summer. and then it's actually going to be released for like fall or like holiday season next year. Games usually like to pump out around like big holidays. So I think that's most likely what we're going to see. I think that we're more likely going to see Elder Scrolls come out holiday 2027. And then after that, maybe it kind of really depends on like multiple factors, but we're probably maybe going to see the Obsidian Fallout game sometime within the next 18 months after that, probably no more than 12 to 18 months. So let's see, February 2027, we're probably going to get the new Obsidian game. Again, hinging entirely on the idea that Obsidian makes the new game in the same engine and doesn't have to do a whole bunch of like extra coding shit. We're probably going to get a Fallout game either late 2028 or early 2029. And then again, depending on like scope and scale and a lot of stuff they're doing with Fallout 5, probably going to be getting Fallout 5. I would probably say somewhere in 2030 or 20. Because I usually, like, my rule of thumb with games usually is like 8 to 14 months after, right? In terms of like, you want people to be playing your games for a good long while before you give them the next thing, right? That's more so where my head is at. And even though I literally just said I think that Fallout 5 is going to be in 2029, based on that specifically, and, you know, because Bethesda would probably want like DLC and stuff for the Obsidian game, I would probably say that we're going to be getting Fallout 5 probably more so comfortably in like 2030, 2031. When the remasters are going to drop, I feel that the remasters are probably going to drop within 6 to 10 months after 6 to 10 months after Elder Scrolls 6 drops. That's kind of my prediction. Maybe they'll do a fucking like big fucking Insano style extravaganza and be all like, hey, we're gonna drop we're dropping a new Obsidian game, but then also fucking check this shit out, Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, right? I don't feel as if that's more so going to be the case. I feel more comfortable in saying like 6 to 8 months after the Obsidian, after the remasters drop, the Obsidian game is going to drop. Because from what we saw of the Oblivion remaster, the remasters don't have a very long shelf life. They're pretty much just little nostalgia trips, and you know, you get in, have fun with them, and then you just kind of play them and you're done. That's my theory with them anyway. And then that's going to be the Obsidian game. And then probably like 12 to 18 months after that, we're going to get Fallout 5. So we're going to have a pretty jam-packed Fallout release schedule, right? Yeah. I'm pretty confident of that. I think that after Elder Scrolls 6, we're going to have like a massive cascade of Fallout games for like 2 years after that point. Potentially. Again, I'm you know, I don't fucking have any insider knowledge on this. I'm not a fucking super genius. I'm just kind of making predictions based on what I know and what I've seen. Interesting how history repeats itself. Bethesda works on an Elder Scrolls games, and Obsidian works on a Fallout game. So there's something in it for Fallout fans. Oh no, yeah. Like I thought it was pretty funny that we're going to be getting we're going to be getting actually it's not a one-to-one because Elder Scrolls or Fallout New Vegas came out before Skyrim. So like it's not exactly the same, but it is very funny that it all sort of like is repeating itself in a sense. I'm also on the wrong window here. Hold on. Oh, I was hitting the wrong key there. Okay. Let me switch back to. Oh, that's not actually where I want us to be. There we go. Okay. There's a physical exam I gotta go do. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see. Oster is simply executing a business strategy. A board of directors created. Phil's job was to blow up Game Pass's business strategy, but it was failing, so they changed it. Yeah. Chief executive offered. If they don't decide, they execute decisions. Yeah. Asha has no clue about games and development cycle. Yeah. I also recognize that. I think that it's more so an ancillary point. I think that she's mostly just there to be like, hey, this is what you need. This is what we want you to focus on. So this is what you're going to focus on. I don't know intrinsically if she's like pushing for specific dates and specific development and like release windows, but I think that more so generally she's saying, I'm at the helm. This is what makes us money. This is what you guys need to focus on. That's my view of the situation anyway. We're getting a Fallout remake in October, Fallout 3, I'm guessing. Well, we're getting Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. Like, we know that both of those are getting released. Whether or not that's going to be something that drops this year, I don't know. I think it's questionable. I would kind of be a little surprised if we did get like a shadow drop of the remasters this year. I think that we could potentially see them as like spring of next year. And then have like trailers for Elder Scrolls start rolling out in summer of next year. And then the actual game releasing, as I said, winter of next year. I think that would probably make a little bit more sense as like a timetable. But I don't entirely know if from a market standpoint, it's good to have that sort of like, not flippy floppy, but kind of like leapfrog, right? The last game that Bethesda put out was the Oblivion remaster. So I think it makes more sense for the next game to also be an Elder Scrolls game. And then after that, that's when they start putting out Fallout stuff. At least in my mind, you know, it does also make sense to release a title of one genre just to sort of, especially at this point, to give that genre, or not that genre, that fan base, you know, something to play with, before they release the next thing for the other fan base being Fallout, being Elder Scrolls. And then after that, then they get back into Elder Scrolls or Fallout stuff, which specifically is going to be whatever Obsidian makes, and then after that is going to be Fallout 5. Funnily enough, well, actually no, because again, Fallout New Vegas released before Skyrim, so it's like kind of it's the same, but it's different, you know. I personally think she has no clue, and she doesn't need to. Her job is to implement business strategies, not to mess with production development. Yeah, which is accurate. But then we also just kind of have to ignore the whole fucking like fucking shaving off a big percentage of developers and stuff like that. Which, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it kind of probably did need to happen, but at the same time is like, man, this fucking sucks. I'm waiting for a Skyrim remaster. Oh, can you fucking imagine? I can't wait to play Skyrim on the new consoles. It's gonna be so fucking fun. Xbox Insider just tweeted Sentinel. Yeah. I don't know which one, but not 100% surprised. I think I like, and maybe I'm just more so outside of the loop, but like I mean, we were just talking about earlier. Sentinel is the capital of Hammerfell, and I think that more so the community has just been like in agreement that Hammerfell or High Rocks, more so Hammerfell specifically, is going to be the next territory that we go in for an Elder Scrolls game. And I feel like that's more so been the consensus for the last, like, when did they drop the trailer? Like right before Fallout 76 launched? So like 8 years? Something like that. I feel as if that's a pretty long time. I feel like they're dropping another trailer very soon. So here's the thing. This is one of the things that I think is really, 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 really interesting about the conversation after the shakeup, right? After the before the reprioritization, we had like ideas of when specific things were going to happen. When like, you know, when Fallout 5 was going to come out, when like release stuff in general was going to start rolling out for Elder Scrolls and stuff like that. That was before we had confirmation that there was going to be a remaster, and before we even knew that Obsidian was even being like considered for a new Fallout game, right? That was before all of this. After the shakeup, now it's a lot more interesting because now there's some nitrous in the tank, and all of these things have most likely been, you know, scrunched up and moved up. So we're probably going to have as I was, you know, talking about before, we're probably going to have a release window that is going to be a lot more fast paced. I feel that, however, is going to be running against Bethesda's typical release and development schedule, to where they take more time with their games. And I think that they still are going to, but I think in terms of like releasing, like teasers and stuff like that, I think teasers and also like actual releases of their game, especially since we have the additional content of the remasters and also whatever the Obsidian game is. That's sort of like, we're going to have stuff like back to back to back to back to back to back. The next like fucking 2-3 years of Bethesda content is going to go so insanely hard. Because, like, again, think about it. Sometime within the next 12 months, I would probably maybe more so condense it to 8 to maybe 8 to 12 months. We're going to be, which could even be sooner. Again, we don't know how much gas is being put into this car right now. We don't know how hard the gas is being pressed here. We get a trailer for Elder Scrolls 6 tomorrow, and then have it drop this year. Which I think fucking fall release for Elder Scrolls 6 and the big 26 would be fucking kind of insane. That'd be can you guys imagine? Can you guys imagine if they actually within the next like month or so put out a trailer for Elder Scrolls 6 and it said it was coming this year and they stuck to that? Can you imagine? That would move our timetable up so rapidly. I wish. Yeah, it doesn't seem likely, but again, that's the thing. we don't know how like refined their process has become out of like necessity or like demand, whether it's Xbox putting the boot to their neck or like we need to like refine our process because we had a bunch of people get let go. We don't know how much NOS they've put into it. So it's like, I feel pretty confident that we're going to get Elder Scrolls 6 next year, like fall next year. But I think that'd be kind of fucking crazy. But again, think about it. Within the next like 8 to 14 months, we're going to have Elder Scrolls 7. Wow, 7. We're going to have Elder Scrolls 6 come out. Within like 8 to 12 months after that, we're going to have both of the remasters come out for New Vegas and Fallout 3. Somewhere within that, probably 6 to 8 months, 6 to 10 months after that, we're going to get the Obsidian remaster or the Obsidian game. And then probably like, 12 to 24 months after that, we're going to get Fallout 5. Hypothetically, in theory, that would be my rough estimate, and that probably doesn't match up with the fucking estimates I made literally like fucking 20 minutes ago. But we're in a unique position where, like I said, a lot of NOS is being added to the tank, and it just kind of depends on like how much, how quickly. But based on everything we know and all the content that is slated to be coming out, all of the games that are set to be coming out, it's gonna get fucking crazy. I think in the next number of months and years. $1,500 console. Oh joy! Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. I feel like we're looking at Q2 2027 release. The random trickle marketing is not coincidental. No, yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because Bethesda likes to sort of like take their time with some stuff, especially since Fallout 76, specifically with like Starfield. They've really like focused on refining what they put out. So it's bumping into like a faster release window, bumping up against a studio that likes to take its time and like really like dot as many T's and cross as many I's as possible. So the speed at which we get these things is a little bit up in the air, but the fact that we're getting so much content so quickly is nuts, is awesome. I think the TV show success in not having a proper Fallout game ready was a real wake-up call for Microsoft. Which, like, yeah, possibly. I think that this is... Because that's another thing that a lot of people also point to with, like, Bethesda. Like, oh my god, they didn't put out a Fallout game to capitalize on the success of the Fallout TV show. What are they, allergic to money and stuff like that? And it's like, I don't know. Like, that's a fucking banger of a point. But at the same time, it's like, do we want them to just be fucking, like, slopping stuff out every 4 or 5 years. Again. I know how that sounds, but because it's been a long time since we got like a new Fallout thing. Again, Fallout 76 is even itself like nearly fucking 10 years old. But again, when it comes to the kinds of games that Obsidian makes, do we want them to be focusing on pushing out content? Or do we want them to be focusing on making the kinds of games that they historically have been known for? That's more so the point where I'm coming at from that. And it's like, could they put out more games sooner? Maybe. But I don't think that they would be the same quality, right? And like, there's people, fuck, I'm in shot. Fuck, I'm in trouble. I'm gonna die. It's subjective when it's like, like people will have like different opinions on like, the quality of Bethesda's games, but the scale, I think more so than anything else, speaks to itself in terms of like the scope and scale of even the worst Fallout game for the majority of the gaming industry is pretty I don't want to say it's better, but it's more, on average, it's more immersive, I would say. It's more dynamic. It's more reactive. It's more synergy. Now I'm just using fucking corporate lingo to fucking distract and confuse you guys so I can fucking backtrack out of this talking point. But like, you know, I don't know. It's a conversation on whether or not we want Bethesda to put out more games faster, or whether we want them to put out the same quality of games that they've been known to put out and have been known to be very successful, but still have those like take a while. But then I do kind of think that they kind of goofed up a little bit by not having remasters and stuff, at least, you know, ready to ship and ready to launch by the time, you know, season 2 came out. But like, yeah, it was kind of a fumble, but like at the same time, I don't know. There's a lot of questions going on there. If you had to guess, are there any upcoming events that you could see Bethesda dropping in E6 trailer? Any upcoming events? I would say, as far as upcoming events where they could release a trailer, I would say the Game Awards. Yeah. It'd be the Game Awards. I could see them doing, I think actually, because, all right, so Bethesda is not doing a Fallout Day this year, but they are going to be doing a live Fallout Day in DC next year. And I think that specifically would be the best time to either put out a teaser for Fallout 5, which I don't really think that they would do, but I think it's more so the perfect time to say, hey, boom, check this shit out. And then like release an actual like trailer for the Obsidian game. I think that that's going to be gas. I would put money on that, or at least more so confident. In 2025, Fallout said, Todd Howard said, we have a Fallout 5 one-pager, and we're starting a pre-production team, so 2029 is doable. No, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. And like, again, 2030, 2032, something like that is still absolutely on the table. But again, because of how Xbox is like, you know, pushing them and like supercharging them, I think that it's likely we're going to have a sooner release date. So 2029, I think, has definitely become a much more likely possibility, right? Especially with, again, the fact that last year Todd said, hey, we got a one-pager and we're doing pre-production. I think that they've, at this point, by the end of this year, I think that they'll probably have a full story, maybe not finalized, but definitely written from start to finish. And probably like a handful of quests, a smattering of quests, like side quests and stuff. Which, again, the production of Fallout 5 is going to further be supercharged by the vast majority of the team that's currently working on Elder Scrolls shifting over to Fallout 5, because they know that Fallout 5 is their next giant thing. So they're obviously going to shift to that. Maybe 10% of that team is going to get sloughed off into, you know, working on like the next thing after that, you know, writing up a pager for Starfield, something along those lines. It like I said, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of moving parts in this. And I think it's definitely, we know that at this point, it's definitely accelerated the production. It just kind of depends on how much it's accelerated. Or do you think they'll all wake up one? Yeah, rather than a trailer, it'll just be like a countdown thing. I also wouldn't roll out a countdown, because ever since I don't think they're gonna do it as with like a mainline game, like Elder Scrolls or Elder Scroll, like for ES6 or Fallout 5. I don't think they're just going to shadow drop those. But as far as like a trailer, I think because they've definitely done countdown trailers before, so I wouldn't put it past them to do the same thing for a trailer. But then like, you know, the I feel like they're going to shadow drop the remasters again for Fallout 3 in New Vegas. I think that's most likely. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Still no BOS2. Bethesda has truly fallen. I know, right? Every day that Todd Howard hasn't made Brotherhood of Steel 2 is a day that the Fallout fandom receives another lashing. The entire collective spirit of Fallout just continues to get dragged through the mud without another follow-up to Brotherhood of Steel. Yeah, but now they got Microsoft money with it too, which is also interesting because as far as I know, Starfield was the first game that Bethesda has made and released where there's a higher than likely argument that most of their production time they had Microsoft money. So that's also another factor in like, you know, they're going to be able to do stuff faster because they got money from Microsoft. I don't entirely know if that's going to be the case with Elder Scrolls and Fallout 5. Fallout 5 definitely, Elder Scrolls likely, but the degree to which that has an effect on how fast the games come out at this point, me specifically, I don't know. I think it's definitely a factor, but I don't know to what degree for the games that are currently coming out. Fallout 5, yeah. Elder Scrolls 6, probably. I just don't know how to measure that right now. Sorry, I had to drink. I definitely don't want slopping Bugthesda. I want nicely polished stuff like Starfield. And like Starfield, I think is a good example of where the studio is right now. I think that both the expectations in terms of quality, and then also the expectations in terms of like scope and scale, right? Quality in terms of the amount of bugs, the like how the game runs and stuff like that. I think Starfield is a very good example of where they're at with what they expect from themselves, right? Because, you know, there are people who are going to be like, oh, fucking Starfield with all of its fucking a bajillion loading screens and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, sure. But the fact that those loading screens only last like 2-3 seconds at best, like 5 seconds at best, and the fact that there's no like fucking stuttering and like fucking major like rendering issues and like any of the rest of this, again, not again, but like specifically like pretty massive game is kind of fucking impressive. And sure, again, oh, it's loading screen field. You know, there's so many loading screens. Again, yes. But the rendering and the fucking like consistency as far as like frames per second and like stability and stuff like that is really difficult to argue against. It's one of those things where like this might just have been the best way for Bethesda to make that shit work. And it's obviously not something that specifically holds them back, or at the very least is something like, you know, this is the Band-Aid they figure out how to solve this specific problem with Starfield in. And then for Elder Scrolls and Fallout, can then use the technology and the way that they made those games, or that they made Starfield, to make the following games run and perform much, much better. I think that there is a strong argument for that. The loading screens are just 1 to 2 seconds, 1 to 2 second fade out screens on SSD, incomparable to Fallout 4. Oh no, yeah, and like that's what I'm saying. Like even if there weren't as many like loading screens in Starfield. The fact that those loading screens are so fast, again, compared to like Fallout 4, where there was less loading screens because the only time you had a loading screen is when you went into like an interior building and shit like that. There were less loading screens, but they were longer, which I think might be... Bethesda might be doing a little bit of trickery with that and like making it so that like, because you think like individual like cells and spaces and stuff comparatively aren't as big. I need to fucking get this shit running.
15 seconds.
Oh, fuck me. Comparatively, they're not as big as the cells that they were dealing with in Fallout 4. In theory. Fuck. I don't know where the checkpoints are. Shit. It has been so long since I've done this shit. Got my way. He pushed me off the fucking bridge. Alright, fair enough. I might not be able to do this one right now. I might be a little squishy for this. I gotta bulk up. But yeah, comparatively, the loading screen stuff between Fallout 4 and Fallout New and Starfield, it might be a little bit of trickery, you know, a little like sort of spread out the rendering time by you know, making cells smaller, more condensed, not as much stuff to render in each individual location. You know, there's probably some stuff that they did as far as that to, you know, make that shit work. But it more so speaks to the idea that they were able to figure out how to, you know, make their loading screens run faster. And if they can take that duct tape solution and retrofit it and reapply it to work as like for the entire game, like take the same level of loading speed that they were able to achieve in Starfield and make that work in I'm gonna go over here and then I'm probably gonna make my way more towards whatever the fuck town. If they're able to take the way that they were able to make loading screens so fast in Starfield, that duct tapey solution, and turn it into an actual solution as far as Elder Scrolls and Fallout 5 go, I think that is going to be a major game changer. Because like across the board, loading screens have probably been like one of the bigger issues for Bethesda writ large. And Starfield definitely fixed that by adding more. But the technology is clearly there and they can clearly do something with it. Oh, my neck. Starfield is such a high jump in tech and finish. I was shocked that this is the same game people kept trashing online, and how Bethesda Game Studios makes this. My mind was blown. No, yeah, like I've said that. I've been saying that for a long time, ever since Starfield originally came out. I think more likely than not, Starfield was a fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Reload the fucking shotgun. You're getting shot directly in the mouth. There we go. I think that Starfield, more so than anything else, was a tech, was a game they were focused more so on developing the technology for, right? The technology as far as map generation when it came to their planets, technology as far as like their loading screens, the modability and modulability. We need to go more so this way. Like scope as far as like world space and stuff like that. I think, and like graphics especially, everybody's like, not everybody, but a lot of people are like, oh my god, what are you talking about? The graphics in Starfield look like garbage. It's like, bro, no they don't. Like, sure, maybe they don't look as good as like a hyper polished, like on rails fucking like, you know, Call of Duty or like fucking what's another good example? trying to think of like more so recent games that like have like really, really good graphics. Mr. Bandit. How rude. There we go. But yeah, like it's not like the best graphics in gaming, but like for the size of the game it is, are you kidding me? It looks really fucking good. And again, the whole point is like it looks better than anything Bethesda has put out. So there's like a specific standard you're focused on. Red Dead Redemption 2. So that's the thing. You can't really bring up Rockstar in these conversations because they are like the video game company. They have more money than anybody else in the industry. So when we're talking like Red Dead Redemption 2 and stuff like that, and like, you know, GTA 5, like the graphics there are generally always going to look better because they were able to throw literally infinite money at making them look amazing. But again, if we're talking about games that released around that same time period in terms of like graphics, even something like Baldur's Gate 3, I would argue probably has better looking graphics. But again, the scale of the game is much, much smaller, much more concise, much more locked in. Still good, but very different kind of game. Hold on, I gotta squeeze some people out of existence real quick, like. Bam. But yeah, I don't know. Starfield to me just feels a lot more like a game that where the main focus was what the studio could do on a technical level, as opposed to like a writing or like gameplay and stuff. What the fuck is blowing up over there? Whatever's blowing up is like fucking making my job a lot easier. Bam. Starfield is insanely beautiful. I could recreate such good shaders for countless hours in Fallout 4 mods. Oh, I couldn't. Yeah. No, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. A lot of it is just like technical focus stuff. The main focus of Starfield is to show what they could do on a technical level. What is fucking exploding over here? Somebody have a rocket launcher and is using it improperly? That was odd. I was going somewhere with that besides just, oh my god, look how beautiful Starfield is. I mean, that's just what Bethesda has been doing, just like with every single game, right? They just iterate on the same thing over and over and over again and just make it like better and better and better and better. They've done that with the gameplay loops. They've done that with their technology. It's kind of a little bit with story, but story's harder to do than fucking technical shit. But like, yeah, it's just been something. And that's another weird thing that I see. I see people who are all like, oh my god, fucking the fact that Bethesda is still using the creation engine is insane. They need to like fucking, you know, updoodle to like fucking Unreal or fucking like Unity or something like that. And it's like, if they were to upgrade their engine for their core games to a completely different game engine, not just like, you know, their own in-house thing, but like a completely different engine, they'd be spending the next like fucking 15 years, like 10, 15 years just figuring out how to do all of the exact same shit they already do in this brand new engine before they would even be able to actually start working on a game. They've figured out how to do exactly what they need to do with the technology that they have at hand, and they've figured out how to do it to the nth degree. Ow, fuck, shit, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Where'd he go? Shit. He absconded, chat. He disappeared right before my eyes. Oh, there he is. Bam. Fuck yeah. Okay. I almost feel like Bethesda showed Elder Scrolls 6 trailer years ago, but they decided our tech isn't making a large enough generational leap, so they decided to make Fallout 76 and Starfield to work on the tech first. Well, let me actually double check here. What year did that come out specifically? The teaser. I gotta pull it up here. $8 years ago. That's crazy. July 2018. Okay, and I'm pretty. When did Fallout 76 release? I know 2018, but what year or what month? Well, now it's saying April 14th, 2020, and that's definitely not right. That's just what it's saying on Steam. But it was on what was it? It was on the it was on Bethesda Net before that. Okay, so November 14th, 2018. So what was that? June? So that was like what? 4 months? So the trailer for the official announcement teaser for Elder Scrolls 6 released like 4 months before Fallout 76 came out. So Fallout 76 was already slated to be coming out. It was already coming out. So like, I don't think that was the case with Fallout 76. They probably already had the idea that Starfield was going to be coming out before. I feel like you could probably make a stronger argument for Starfield specifically, being like the, hey, we need to fucking work on our tech a little bit before releasing Elder Scrolls 6. So let's put Starfield out first. I feel like you could make the argument for that specifically, especially since it's an announcement teaser that they dropped in 2018. That kind of makes it seem like they sort of had a little bit more of something prior to that, right? Fuck. There we go. Got him. Okay, cool. So yeah, with Starfield, yeah, I could see that. Fallout 76, nah, that was already coming out. And like visually, graphically, I don't think much has really changed about 76 compared to when it first came out. I meant they've used 76 and Starfield to develop their tech, not as the sole reason for making those games. Oh no, yeah, that makes more sense. I'm just saying that it's less likely with 76, but again, on a technical level, it is one of those things where Bethesda is just constantly like upgrading and innovating with every iteration of any of their like main creation games. So like very likely that was a part of it. Is it weird because when they made Oblivion Remaster came out, some people called it an Unreal Engine slop? Yeah, and like that's another thing too, like because like that was like the veneer, like they used the Unreal Engine veneer to put it out like that, and there's still people who are like, oh my god, this looked like fucking trash. It's like, well, why are you fucking calling for them to use a fucking different engine? Because it's just gonna come out looking like this. Like goddamn. If you were to rank every Fallout worst to best in terms of places to live during the events of the game, what would the games go? My list would be New Vegas 1, 2, 3, 4, 76. In terms of like, let's see, best place to live during the events of the game. Fucking, I don't know. I'd probably say Fallout 4. Actually, no, yeah. I'd probably say Fallout 4, Fallout 76, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3, and then Fallout. Yeah, I guess Fallout 1 and then Fallout 2. Yeah. I don't know, because, like, if we're talking about best place to live, New Vegas is crazy because you're actively living next to people who are more likely than not going to fucking, like, kidnap and enslave you after running over your hometown. So, like, I feel as if living in Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 specifically is a lot better than living in New Vegas. Because, like, you live in Fallout 76, right? The biggest thing that you have to worry about is, like, the Scorched and a lot of, like, the spooky ookie boogie monsters that are out there, which is definitely valid. But, like, saying that, like, it's a worse place to live, saying that, like, New Vegas or, like, Fallout 76, which, like, I mean, I guess the order that you placed in is definitely, like, not that. Like, if we're talking in, like, terms of threat and, like, safety, yeah, New Vegas is definitely a little bit more unsteady than, like, Fallout 4. I'd like to hear some, like, reasoning behind that, because that's in my mind, based on how I understand the question, that's kind of nuts. Out of the 3 games, Fallout 4, Skyrim, and Starfield, which level up system do you prefer? I guess technically Skyrim, because you're kind of locked into making, like, decisions along a tree, and, like, Starfield has a similar system, but Starfield, you can get all of them, which I don't like from, like, a world building, not a world building, but an RP, like a character building perspective. I don't like the games where it's like, oh, I can get all the perks, right? And I can just become, like, a nigh and unbeatable god, or do, like, whatever I want to do. I think it kind of makes a little bit more sense narratively in Starfield, but, like, I'm not as big of a fan of it, you know? I think what it should be is, like, you're locked into, like, specific paths in Starfield, but then, like, every time you jump through the Unity, you can, like, respec and like pick different paths and stuff like that. I think that would be more interesting. Like, each time you jump through the Unity, you can do a new build. I think that's more cool than just being able to unlock anything and everything. Again, it makes a little bit more sense in Starfield than it does in Fallout 4. But, like, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. I mean, okay, so yeah, I did that. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of changes in game mechanics that showed up first in 76 and then crossed over to Starfield. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, like, that's definitely accurate. Legendary crafting in the Next Tech. Yep. Shady Sands, then Get Out before the nukes, then I don't know, Rivet City. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I was more so measuring them on like the threats of everything around you, and, like, any game that the Enclave is active in, that's kind of a fucking big deal. But then, like, again, you also have, like, Caesar's Legion and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, that's actually double big bad. That's actually an interesting question that I just thought up in my brain. Like, what's like the bigger evil? The Enclave or it's probably the Legion. I think I was actually asked this question too. It's definitely the Legion. YouTube, why are you censoring my comments about my cat getting out and coming back? YouTube deletes comments all the time. I got permanently shadow banned on a channel when I was a member. That's weird. That's definitely strange. YouTube is fucking out for you, my guy. Oh, that was two different comments. One was Neon was a ranger. Either way, yeah, that's weird. I was saying Gen 3 synths are humans and Gen 2 are mere robots, and then got permanently shadow banned. YouTube did not like that you were downplaying AI or upscaling AI. I'm not exactly sure what the rationale is there. I believe that 76 is a testing ground for some features that they're thinking of adding into the next mainline game. Oh no, yeah, that's also like objectively the case, right? Like it's the case for every single game that they put out in the Creation series. And I've talked about this before. I've gone over this before, like specifically in terms of like housing and like building and stuff like that, right? I don't know as far as like what it was in Morrowind, but in Oblivion we saw like, there was like a DLC where you could have a castle, and that's like you could make that like your home or whatever. And then after that you had Fallout 3, and you had a little bit of iteration on like the same concept. You could get a house, you could decorate it, this, that, and the other thing. With with Elder Scrolls, you could do this. You could do the same thing in the base game, but then when it came to the Hearthstone DLC, you could get a little bit more customizable with it. Then there was a big jump with Fallout 4 where you could then build like whole settlements and stuff like that. And then when we got to Fallout 76, it was the same concept. You could build in like specific areas, but you could like build anywhere. And then with Starfield, it's the same thing. You could build anywhere, and it was on a much bigger scale. Yeah, it wasn't as fleshed out, right? It wasn't as good. But like the general idea was still there. And then when we're talking Elder Scrolls 6, there's been a lot of conversation, and I feel is very likely. Oh yeah, and then with Starfield, you also had shipbuilding. And then when you have Elder Scrolls 6, I feel there's been a lot of conversation that we're probably going to be able to do like actual like sailing ship building and customization. So we're probably going to be able to do that. And then we're probably going to be able to do the same thing as far as like land building. And I've been hearing people say, oh, we're going to be able to build like whole towns, or build like, like build up like fucking like forts and stuff like that. I don't know about all that, but I think as far as shipbuilding, at least, I think it's a much bigger possibility in terms of like the scale and stuff, right? I could see a reality of like, oh, we can build like a little town and stuff like that. Maybe not like a little village specifically, but we can build up like an actual town and do like commerce and economy and stuff out of it. I think that'd be kind of interesting, but again, it does speak more to how they reiterate on all their technology over and over and over and over and over again. I think Fallout New Vegas is the worst to live. Okay, so you were scaling it from worst place to live to best place to live. I thought you were scaling it from best place to live to worst place to live. That's a much different reading of the that's a much different reading of the tier list. Like ghoulification. Yeah, ghoulification in Fallout 76. I think that's interesting. I don't entirely know if they're going to make it so that you can actually do like you can play as a ghoul in Fallout 5. I don't know if they're going to do that specifically, but I think the window is open. They definitely have it on the table as a possibility. I think that'd be pretty badass. I don't know if it's like making it so that you could play as like, like a super mutant, or like a fucking, if Fallout 5 had it so where you could play as like a super mutant or like a fucking psyker or some shit, I think that would be insane. Like, and then like, a human or a ghoul. If they leaned into that, that'd be fucking nuts. I don't quite see them doing that, but again, the possibility is not zero. Ooh, I gotta upgrade that. Let's scrap this. Which one's that? That's left arm. Scrap that. Hold on to that. Scrap all junk. There we go. Okay. Now I gotta real quickly do this shit up. Where is it? No, not sort. Shit. I fucked up. I goofed up, chat. There we go. Favorite. There we go. Okay, so. Cool. All right. Okay, that's good. Let's level up. Ghoulification is in the topmost 5 popular creations in Fallout 5. You mean Fallout 4? Yeah, like mods and shit like that. I do hope that they have the Pip-Boy UIs the same as Fallout 76, because it's nice to have holotapes and notes separate from miscellaneous. That is nice. There are some things about the way that they did the UI that I fucking absolutely hate. But there are a lot more that's like, okay, this was a good where is it? I should actually probably be doing this so I can get, yeah, something like that. Well, let's do this either way. Because getting cripple damage is pretty big. Okay. Yeah, ghoulification for Fallout 4. Yeah. Oh yeah, the UI and stuff like. Yeah, there's some things that I just don't like about the way the UI works. Brotherhood of Steel did it first. Only proves the game's superiority. You're so right. You're so right. Okay, let me double check something real quick. Okay, yeah. And then okay. Dope. Do. I have an intelligence. 2. Whatever. Just to add something to it. Oh yeah, I completely forgot that I removed that. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, fantastic. Where's the White Springs? There it is. I forgot which direction I was going. Like a true Fallout fan, I'm praising the game I've never played. Real. That's the only way to be. You have to just naturally hate anything made by Bethesda and just unrealistically glaze everything else, despite the fact that you've never played anything prior to Fallout 3 and most likely never will. Like, that's just the reality. Toshi, if there was a Fallout Big Brother show in the U.S., would you rather be a dweller or an overseer? So that's actually kind of funny that you asked that specifically, because they are, if you guys remember, they are making a Fallout themed reality TV show. It's ooh, hello. What the hell? Look at this setup. I got the whole fucking thing. Oh, there's the fucking, okay, yeah, the Butterfly Sanctuary. It was waste acid. It was waste acid. Look at that. They got a bridge. They got a boat. They got the fucking river going on. They got the little fucking train building. Let's fucking go. Ah, this is beautiful. Donuts. Let me cook up some shit real quick. But yeah, if you guys remember, there is a Fallout reality television show currently in the works. I actually fucking auditioned for it some time ago. I don't think I'm gonna get on, but yeah, they're working on it, which is just another Fallout thing that we have to look forward to. There is so much fucking Fallout shit coming down the pipeline. It's crazy. Tell my fortune. Do it. Ooh, I'm luckier. Let's go. If you don't look like this, cat, leave. Aw. If you don't look like cat, get out of here. I even get on the show the last night. The late night debates will be so fun to watch. Yeah. I don't. It's interesting because like from what I read, it's sort of like more of a like Survivor kind of thing, where like you compete in challenges, get in, and then there's like elimination rounds and stuff like that. It didn't go like very in depth into like what the details of the show is, but that's the vibe I kind of got out of it. Maybe it's more like a social elimination game, maybe something like Among Us. Kill unruly golfer feral ghouls at White Springs. Sure. And now that I think about it. Toggle. There we go. I don't want to do that. I'm kind of not the most equipped for something like that at the moment. I got ammo for it, but in terms of like, fucking weapons and armor and stuff like that, I don't know if I want to do that right now. Producer, send Toshi to Vault 69. No, wait. Which one was that? Was that the one that was like one guy, all women, or was that Vault? No, yeah, that was Vault 69. Vault 68 was the one where it's one man, 99 women. Oh wait, no. Wait, was it? Or was it the other way around? Well, now I don't remember. I don't care about running athletic courses. I just went mind-bending social experiments. Yeah, and that's kind of what it more seemed like to me like the show was going to be. It was probably going to be like a little bit of Among Us, where like you kind of fucking do some fucking social engineering shit and fucking goof some people, trick some people, make alliances, this, that, and the other thing. That more so seemed like what the show is or was going to be. Whether that is the actual case remains to be seen. But I feel it's probably going to be like a mix. Like there's probably going to be like specific like Vault Tech challenges and shit like that. 69 was one dude, 68 was one chick. That's what it is. That's what it was. I knew it was something like that. I was pretty sure that 69 was the one guy one. I just couldn't remember exactly. Go to the White Springs Refuge. I got a decent amount of caps. I could probably do with selling some shit though. What's that over there? 10 nightclub. Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah. Okay. Fuck, did I pass it? Shit, I passed it. Here we go. Black powder. Nope. This isn't it. Did I pass it? Where the fuck is it? Am I dumb? Chat, am I dumb? Here it is. Yeah, it's because I always came in the opposite way. I always came in from that direction as opposed to that direction. All right, let me see here. We have an armor thing. Damage from animals, 2 perception. Ooh, 2 perception. This one might actually be worth it. I'm playing Helldivers because of the new update. And I see a mission that's been going on for 3.5 hours. That's a long time. That must be a high tier mission if it's going on for 3 hours. Zach selecting an overseer amongst you beautiful backstabbing people. We all want it. Yeah, real. Either way, I'm gonna be like, if I don't know when they said they were gonna begin shooting. But like regardless of whether or not I'm actually gonna be on it, I'm probably gonna be making like, you know, shorts covering the whole thing, because like that shit's crazy. That's definitely something to talk about. Okay, so leather chest. That is a pretty big boost to like all the other defensive stuff. Poison, fire, huge for like energy weapons, and then like cryo weapons specifically. We'll probably go with the metal one. There are more ballistic weapons than there are energy weapons anyway, so sure. Hell, you should do 4-hour reaction streams. I'd watch it all. That could also be something interesting to do. Doing a live stream where we watch like new episodes and shit like that. I didn't do that with Fallout 7 with the TV series, specifically because I knew that I really wanted to like hyper focus on like the story that was being told. And like really like put brain to keyboard on that one and like really think about it, and like what was like going to be upcoming, and you know, theory crafting and this, that, and the other thing. And I did that was more so like I want to think, you know, not constructively, but I want to like actively think about this and like where I think things are going, and like the story that's being told and stuff like that. That's Fallout Prime though. That's like actual narrative stuff. For the TV show, which I think is called, I think they're going to call it Fallout Shelter. Maybe Fallout Survivor. That's going to be more of like a game show kind of thing, and I think that's going to be more fun for like live streaming. We'll see what form that takes though, you know, if that's going to be like, you know, a released all at once thing, or going to be like a weekly thing. We'll see how that goes. I probably won't make like long form content out of it, because that's not really the kind of long form content I want to make. But as far as like streaming and stuff like that, oh hell yeah, that'd be fun. That's a great idea actually. The new update is lit. They got necromorphs and fucking Skyrim giants. Yeah, I saw the I haven't seen like a trailer or anything around like what the update specifically covers, but I did see like the new graphics for it, and I'm like, oh my god, that looks fucking insane. What am I on here? There we go. Okay. We're some holotapes. I don't want to do the fucking holotape shit. That's probably something I probably should be doing, but I don't want to do that. Oh, there's an infection zone, or an infestation zone. Infection zone. Do I have... No, it still says follow the Overseer's journey. God damn it. Is it here? Is the Overseer's journey taken here? No, that's the like opening thing, isn't it? Violation of hotel. She has a thing at the there is a tape at the White Springs, right? I feel like the White Springs is the place that she went to.
Well, not specifically asked, but...
Oh, go on, dear. You know I'm thrilled to help if I...
Another. Please, wipe your feet on the mat before entering.
She did mention needing some help with something for the clinic.
Oh, well, hello, darling. A pleasure to...
Hello, Orlando.
...guest of our fine establishment. I am Orlando, your host and management liaison. If you'll pardon me for just one moment... That will be all. Please give my regards to Ms. Rucker. If you are here for leisure, I regret to inform you that our regular resort activities are temporarily unavailable. However, if you are here for the refuge and the fine work of the lovely responders, I am delighted to welcome you on their behalf.
What exactly is going on here? I just bust into this place. Hey! The fuck are you guys doing?
Perhaps you have not heard. The White Spring is now home to the refuge, a place of safety and care for all in need. The refuge is being run by the responders, individuals committed to the well-being of their fellows. They founded the refuge in response
So Orlando, they said well-being. I heard jelly bean, and now I want jelly beans specifically. And I need you to fucking lock in with me on this one, chat. Specifically, the buttered popcorn jelly beans, because oh my fucking god, that shit slaps. Insano style. On God. You want to know a fun fact about the other Orlando Bloom? Hit me with that Orlando Bloom fun fact.
What a wonderful thing for you to ask, darling. I knew there was something special about you from the moment I saw you. As it happens, responders are looking for volunteers.
Had a fucking bit of pretzel go down the wrong windpipe.
Effort. Those industrious wonders had repaired a vertibird.
Now it sounds like a fucking 50, 60-year-old smoker.
Contact with more distant settlements. They've made allies with people in Pittsburgh. The locals call it the Pit now, who seem to be in dire need of outside assistance. If you don't mind me saying so, you look like you can handle yourself. You might be just who they're looking for.
Probably not, though. What is it they need?
Well, they'll be better able to explain the details, but I believe they're looking for fighters, actually. Their contacts in the Pit are in something of a desperate situation, it seems, against a dangerous enemy. I hate the thought of you putting yourself in such danger, but it does appear to be for a good cause.
The Pit? What a grim nickname.
Judging by what I've heard, it's an accurate one, sadly. Pittsburgh was bombed quite severely during the war. The poor individuals still living there have renamed it to better reflect its dreadful circumstances.
Who are these allies?
They call themselves the Union. Something of a resistance movement, I understand, against more aggressive forces. One of their representatives is currently staying with us, a Mr. Skippy Rorridge. Delightful man.
Crater scratched my chassis on the way in.
Oh yeah, and also just sort of like a general like bit of information. Orlando is 100% Enclave, like 10,000%. I don't care what anybody says. This individual right here, them's Enclave. The responders have a vertibird?
Indeed. Isn't that marvelous? They salvaged it and painstakingly repaired it. It's fully functional now. I was very pleased to be able to contribute to this effort in my own small way. If you wish to see it, it resides on the roof of the refuge between flights, along with its charming pilot, Ms. Lennox.
He has a thing for feet, according to his ex-wife. Orlando Bloom has a thing for feet? My God. Also, chat's just never gonna get past the fucking foot fetish stuff. Chat is endlessly obsessed with feet. That's bananas. Toshi joining the Union? Who saw that coming? I know, right? Fucking proud Union boy. Right her. I actually do work for a job that is union protected, which I think more should be. It's one of those things, because it's like I've talked with people who like live in areas where like the Union is a lot more like fucking aggressive and acts more like a fucking mob, and it's like, yeah, something should definitely be done about that too. But like generally, unions are a bigger boon for workers than they are a hindrance. It's like, oh no, but then you gotta pay fucking like union dues and shit like that. Like, okay, you pay like fucking 1% of your monthly income or whatever the fuck. The people who I have ever heard say like, oh, like unions are bad, and specifically tout like the fucking like, oh, you have to pay like union fees and dues and stuff like that, are the same people who will also say like, oh, taxes are bad because like, you know, they're fucking like taking more money out of your pocket and stuff like that. And it's like, well, I mean, like, yeah, sure. In theory, they're taking stuff, you know, they get their income from you, you know, and like, okay, sure. That's kind of a drag, but then it's like the balance of that is what you get back, right? And if it's like, you know, job protection, guaranteed raises, fucking, you know, like the kind of things that we basically want in terms of like job security and stuff like that, and like benefits, yeah, that kind of seems like it's a little bit worth it now, don't it? Plus, you get paid to work there regardless. So it's not like, oh, like all of my money is going to the union and like I get, you know, I get like dental and like fucking like this, that, and the other thing. It's like, yeah, sure. But then like you also get a paycheck on top of that. So it's like, I don't know. It's pretty solid in my experience from what I have enjoyed of the benefits. If you represent management, can't you give it the okay wow. If you represent management, can't you just give me the okay without all the runaround?
My dear, you must understand, much as I would like to, my responsibilities do not permit me to do so. I am but a humble employee of the management. The vertibird is not the property of the White Spring itself, and is thus outside my purview. I hope you will not begrudge me my loyalty. I find myself quite fond of you already.
But I'm glad they chose to send me somewhere safe and not somewhere like that.
There's good and bad unions, but the worst union is no union. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, I've worked for companies, but I've worked with companies that don't have unions before, and like, you know, it's the same thing there. There's good and bad companies that don't have union protections, right? I've worked for shit companies and I've worked for great companies. And it's just human nature. Some things are good, some things are bad. You know, new people come in, replace the old people. Sometimes they get better, sometimes they get worse. Usually they get better, but yeah, every now and then it's not great. But with union specifically, even the worst union is still like better than the worst job with union coverage, or the worst union you ever have to deal with, is usually going to be better than like an okay job with no union coverage. I'm trying to think specifically. I know that there was like one or two jobs I was at where I think I maybe got like one small pay raise, but then in the time at the job that I'm currently at, where I had union coverage, I've gotten like, I'm thinking specifically my first job where I was working at 7-Eleven. I got one small like 25-cent an hour raise, because the boss kind of felt bad that I was fucking commuting literally from the opposite end of town, and you know, I had already been there for like a pretty long while, and he, like, not like a super long while, but maybe like a year or so. And was all like, I'm going to give you a little bit of a raise. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's great. But then in the like 3 years that I've been at my current job, I think we've had like yearly raises. And then there was like another raise outside of that. So like when I originally came in, I was making like $25 an hour. And currently I think I'm making 26, 27, something closer to that. I know we just got a raise. I can't remember what it is, but like, yeah, I won't go into a whole lot of details on like that specifically, like why I don't know what the current raise is, but like, yeah, we have like guaranteed yearly raises as opposed to like one raise ever, or like never a raise.
Our lovely Ms. Ruck Rucker is the closest thing to a leader the refuge has.
I'm happy to hear that your employee wiki feed has a union. God, it's just never gonna die.
Dining area.
That's just never gonna get old. It's just the way things is now.
And Ms. Wagner
That my employer wiki
is
feed.
looking for donations. I'm sure
So I
you
work for them? I thought I was a CEO. What's going on? The lore's starting to get a little inconsistent.
Wonderful, my dear. I'm certain you will be a tremendous help to them and the refuge. When you are finished with each of them, I recommend you speak with Mr. Skippy Rorich, the pit union representative.
Mr. Skippy
I imagine
Rorick.
he'll want to discuss the situation in the pit with you before you embark. Do feel free to visit me.
Wasn't
at
me
your
that time.
I have an office in the management.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't miss it.
All right, whatever you say, Orlando. If that even is your real name. I'm on to you, you viper.
I could really use a drink, but
Mwah.
wants us sober on the job.
These robots sure make my job easier.
I can't remember the last time I read.
What up, baby?
Well, hello there, stranger. Pleased to meet you. I'm Sophie Wagner.
I'll headcanon you as CEO. Hell yeah. I'm a CEO.
Quite a place,
I can buy and sell all you fuckers.
Golf club resort, that's nice.
Immediately let it go to my head.
The refuge. A haven for the lost, the dispossessed, the hungry, and unfortunate. A monument to our ability to have compassion for each other. Isn't it grand? Isn't it worth preserving, building, growing?
Yeah. That's a bit much for a refugee camp.
Refugee camp? Is that all you think this is? Look closer. Sure, we're taking in refugees, but we're also making sure people get medicine, clothing, and food. This isn't just 3 hots and a cot. It's the first step to a world where everybody's got a chance. And you can help.
I can help.
Now that's what I'm talking about. People supporting each other. You got the right spirit. Rucker's put me in charge of running a bit of a donation drive. Have you met Rucker? She's amazing, you should. Anyway, it might surprise you to know an operation like this is always churning through supplies. We work hard to keep things in stock, and that funny Orlando character does their best to help out as well, but well, we still have shortfalls. So here I am, asking generous folks such as yourself to help us fill in those gaps and keep the refuge running.
You're very chipper.
Oh yeah, I guess I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Why shouldn't I be? We're living in the aftermath of the apocalypse. But here we all are in a place filled with people dedicated to helping each other. You ask me, that means we're pretty dang lucky, right? A lot to be excited about. Happy, even.
So you're just hanging around asking for charity?
I prefer to think of it as mutual aid.
I keep forgetting that the character I'm playing is technically like supposed to be a more raidery type. So I should probably go with more like raidery kind of target boys.
Giving away their table scraps. And it's not just hanging around.
I mean, it's all just flavor text. At the end of the day, it's like, are you going to do the mission or not?
Whole 9 yards. Rucker's
But fuck it.
real
We got to play a role here.
mindset. So you better believe she wants it all squared away properly.
Helping people is her chief mission.
What exactly do you need?
Let me check my notes. Rucker's been in a tizzy because we just don't have enough wood to keep up. It'd be a big help if you could donate maybe 50 pieces of scrap. One less thing on Rucker's mind, you know.
I probably actually do have that. Yeah.
Well, trees. Lots of fallen trees around. And anything made of wood, really.
Considering all
If
the
it's even
places
partly
I've
made of
ended
wood,
up,
you can scrap
I'm
it.
extremely lucky I'm here.
Oh, well, I guess I could just leave as well. Okay, let's run outside real quick. Plop down our tent somewhere and get some wood. Because I'm pretty sure we got that inside of our inventory. Got some wood. Y'all got any wood? Okay. Trying to think of what else big happened this week. I think as far as like gaming, that's definitely like one of the bigger things. If not like the big thing, like the fucking Elder Scrolls stuff. Cuz that's pretty huge. More like concrete information about like when it's coming out and like where we're going to be is pretty goddamn big. Oh, I gotta go fucking all the way. I gotta go all the way out here. Ah, jeez. Alright, let's spin this shit around here. Oh. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Wood. It's a weird word. Oh, we have so much fucking wood. Bloop. Haha. The wood is mine. Oh, fuck, it's a snallygaster. Kill an enemy in the Savage Divide region. Oh, okay, so the fucking... We were actually speculating on this before, like whether or not the White Springs is technically in the Savage Divide, or whether it's technically in the forest. I guess that clears it up. It's in the Savage Divide. Interostante. Yeah, the refuge. Just been hearing some rumors about homeless and Irish people. What? I think you're referring to something in the Discord, but I don't remember what it is.
Why even bother helping people?
Hit. Parkour. Oh. I don't care about no Bridge Club recording.
If you got some spare supplies burning a hole in your pocket.
Yeah, this is one of the things I don't like about the Fallout 76 UI. I really, really don't like the fucking scroll loop stuff. That shit sucks.
You might as well invest in the future.
It's stupid. I don't like it. I like it. I like the having a top and a bottom.
Are you?
Here you go. Here's 50 pieces of wood.
Thank you so much. This is going to be a big help.
No problem, Big G.
Just so happens I got a little something for you as a reward for your generosity. We might need a lot of things, but you know how it is. Poor in one way, rich in another. I'll put together some of what we can spare for you. And I've got a feeling you're gonna need them. See? Mutual aid. Everybody wins. Thanks so much for the help. Drop by again. If I know Rucker, I'll be looking for something new every day. Take care of yourself.
Alright, so that knocks that off. Yasmin or Esme is the the recipe thing, which I actually really like. I really like the fucking little White Springs thing. Because these are all like, it says Refugee Daily. These are things that you need to do so that you can, or at least originally, these were like little tasks that you had to do so that you could then go and do an expedition. Eventually they changed that and they made it so like, no, you don't have to do all this. I think now you have to do it all like once, and then you can just do expeditions whenever. But yeah, that's that's how they changed it up. They made it so that like it's not something that you have to do every single fucking time you want to do an expedition. It's just something you have to do in order to like unlock the expeditions.
So I propose we trade what I got that I don't need for what you need that you don't got. I've heard you're looking ahead into the pit, and the only safe way out of Appalachia is that metal bird Lennox has perched up on the roof. She don't fly without my approval, and right now, you ain't got it. So, that's the deal. You bring back medical information that'll help me figure out how to help these folks, and I'll okay your little expedition. We've narrowed down what we need to Vault-Tec's agricultural center. So, what do you say? Want to help the responders make a difference?
I unironically may need to actually consider getting like getting like a little air conditioning unit just for my room, because like sometimes doing streams, because like I have AC at my house, but the problem is that my room is smaller. So especially when I'm running my computer, it heats up a lot more. And then the downside of that is if it's not warm enough, if it's too warm, if it's not warm enough outside to open the windows and have some like air circulation going in, because it's going to like stay too warm in here. And it's not cold enough outside to, you know, open up the windows and just have like the air mitigation be, you know, uneven. It's just the AC won't turn on because it's not hot enough in the house for the AC to like automatically turn on, unless I like decrease the internal temperature, and then it'll just turn on. But then the problem is it freezes the entire rest of the house, and I live with other people, and I don't want them to have to fucking sit in like, you know, fucking 50 degree internal temperatures just because it's fucking a billion in my in my room. Streamer sweatshop, literally, fucking literally. And like part of it is just because like I you know, it's one of the downsides of doing an earlier stream, because it's not as warm outside right now, so the AC isn't going to kick on. But if I do the stream when I do the streams like tomorrow or on Sunday, it's going to be later in the day, so it's definitely gonna be a situation where the AC is actually going to be going. But like,
Good luck out there.
fuck me, is it fucking hot in here? And it's one of those situations where PC wise, okay, search for medical information in the Vault Agricultural Research Center. The Vault fucking Agricultural Research Center.
This wanton
I
robot.
gotta go fucking all the way over there. That's fair. Yeah, I can fast travel with some caps. Cause I got, so what you can do, what is probably like the best thing that you can do for your computer in order to decrease like internal temperature. One is to, if you have it on top of a rug, set down like some sort of like wooden platform to like raise it up so that there's better airflow like from the bottom up, or like up and out. I forget how the airflow thing works specifically, but more fans inside the PC also helps a whole hell of a lot, because it keeps a consistent airflow, which helps decrease the like standing internal temperature, which is good. But then the downside of that is you're not decreasing how hot the computer gets. You're just decreasing how hot it stays. So if you're like in a smaller room like I am, yeah, it fucking definitely heats up a little bit. I have like a different plan to mitigate that. Eventually I'm going to get like a smaller, lighter, like probably not like a laptop, but probably closer to like a company, or like a business computer in a sense, like something that runs like decently well, but isn't designed for like running games and shit, right? Don't you fucking duck away from me, piece of shit. But something that like runs well, but isn't like can do just like streaming well, but it doesn't need to have like fucking insane fucking like graphics and specs on it and shit like that, because I'm trying to run like all my games and stuff on it. But I have like something smaller, a little bit more compact, something. Maybe this would actually be something that I could get like the Steam machine for. Something lighter, something that doesn't run so hard, something that doesn't run so hot and heavy, but runs well enough to where I can run a live connection and streaming program like what is it? Like Parsec, where I can log into my other computer remotely and have that be, because I have a basement, have that be downstairs where it's cooler and there's also, you know, more open space, so I can run that, and it you know, is less hot down there. But upstairs in my room, I have like my smaller machine that runs, you know, whatever the fuck it's trying to run. And then I can also connect it to my main machine and then run it. And then that way I'm doing two things. One, I'm not using as much process. I don't have an issue where I'm splitting processing energy between my streaming and like between streaming and running the game. And it deals with the whole fucking temperature thing, because I don't have my fucking insanely powerful fucking giant gaming computer in here fucking boiling me alive in my own stew while I'm streaming and gaming and stuff. There's a lot. Listen, chat. You don't understand the hardships that I have to suffer through in order to bring you these fucking generational live streams. It does fucking changing your lives doesn't come without great sacrifice, and it's something that I'm willing to do for you guys, cause I'm just that great of a guy, you know. I'm willing to make these sacrifices to bring you top shelf entertainment. Like not knowing what I'm doing. Did I do the thing? View the hospital field guides. Okay, so it's pointing. Okay, yeah. Yoink. Speed the responder medical dodge refugee. Okay, we did it. Let's get the fuck out of here. Bam! Kick open the door. Scream into the void. Run out of water. Oh God. This is it, chat. I'm so cooked. Oh fuck. I gotta run away. Like, it's only one robot. Like, I can fucking definitely handle him, but like at this point, we're still at that point where like any fight that we don't have to get into, we probably shouldn't get into. Yeah. Somebody's little dirt camp. Look how beautiful. I remember being at this stage. Okay. And then yeah, I can fast travel for free. Whatever. A $500 Panasonic mini pump would be better and cheaper than the Rube Goldberg machine. I'm pretty sure you meant to say Rube Goldberg machine you just described. And it's like, yes, you're right, but at the same time, it would probably be like on a technical level, it would probably be a better it would probably be better on a as far as like my streaming quality goes, right? Because we don't always have it. Like, we definitely don't currently have it, but we did for a while have an issue where whenever we were streaming, we weren't we were having an issue where my PC was lagging because we were both running a game and streaming at the same time. Doing it like that, where I have like a computer for like surface level like work and streaming stuff, and then a computer that I can connect to remotely that handles more like gaming stuff and is in a cooler room, because that's another big component of it. It's probably a better idea. It's a good idea. It's a fucking great idea, actually, to make sure that you're not in a room that's going to get super warm, so that it warms your PC as well. And keeping my PC in the basement where there's more space, like more open space. It's a bigger room. And and it's like just always cooler, that is a much better place for it to be. But it is one of those more so like,
You think I have what it takes?
if you have the luxury to do it, it's definitely like the better option. And I feel like maybe not right now, but like eventually I will have the position to do it. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I could solve my heating issue specifically with like, you know, a mini fan or some sort of like, you know, centralized AC, like specifically for my room. But then that's also only covering one specific not really like problem, but like one specific point of what I'm trying to make my overall setup be.
Please have AC.
Yeah, dual PC for more power. No, yeah, and like that's what I'm saying too. Like at the point where I ever like upgrade and I'm also running like, you know, fucking what is it? Like software for like an actual VTubing model and stuff like that, like an actual like 3D, not 3D, but like, you know, 2.5D, like the typical sort of VTuber you see, where they're not like a PNG tuber, but they're still like a one-dimensional flat YouTuber with like a little bit of movement range and stuff like that. And then 3D would be people like, you know, Moo Clover's current model, or like Fillion and stuff like that, right? You know, where they actually have like full 3D, you know, 360 degree, you know, actual character models instead of just being a higher resolution or a higher reactivity surface image, stuff like that. That is also going to be like an additional thing I'm going to be running. So running that and then running OBS and then running a game at the same time is probably going to take up a decent amount of processing power. So splitting like a surface level machine between like a VTuber setup and like whatever processing power that's going to take, and streaming whatever processing power that's going to take, and making that separate from a gaming system and all the processing power that that's going to take to run games, I think in the long run that's going to be a better setup in my brain and heart and mind and soul. I don't know. Again, it is one of those things where it's like if you have the means to make it happen, it's probably better. There are like quick fixes that I could go for, but like I don't know. It's just kind of like what my big plan is right now. All right, Esme.
Remember to continuously stir during the cooking process.
Good evening. Our
I forgot she's talking to me. Oh fuck. Stir the stew. Oh fuck. I gotta stir the stew. No. Okay, find the baskets of carrots. Bam. Carrots, potatoes, venisons. Okay. Nope. Hairbrush. Nope.
Said the responders sounded like too much.
Potatoes.
Wonder what they're doing now.
Okay, they're still both probably out here.
I was out scavenging for food earlier.
Bam! Carrots. And then venison. Hey, how's it going? Fucking my way. If you're not venison, I don't fucking care. I couldn't even give a darn.
And then you still gotta do it yourself.
Venison. I don't think it's going to be on like the third shelf or anything up here.
Sorry, not much for conversation. Allison talked my ear off.
I gotta go back and stir the stew.
Always make sure you boil your water before you drink it.
I hope you get some death claw meat soon.
Did I do it?
Tenderness is magnifique.
Okay, I did. Okay. Where's the venison?
I love Esme's cooking.
Okay.
It's so long since I've had food with actual.
There it is. Fucking goddamn. Give me the fucking slip. Okay. Pound the venison. Beat the shit out of that with a fucking ball-peen hammer. Cut up the carrots with a fucking butter knife. Tomatoes. Oh, wash your tomatoes. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Perfect. Stir the stew. Fuck yeah. Oh, add the ingredients. Yay. Bowl of black pepper and a bowl of salt. So I know where the salt is. I saw it over there. Let me just fucking run and go grab that real quick since I saw it. Salt. And black pepper. Black pepper. It's probably in the same sort of like cup-like container. Also known as a bowl. I don't know if you guys knew this, but that's actually called a bowl. Okay, don't see it in there. Let's do this, do we give everybody?
It's been sunny all week. I love it here. Someone will be with you.
Okay. Fucking son of a bitch. Fucking son of a bitch. Where's the fucking black pepper? Not seen the black pepper. Not seen the black pepper. Where's the fucking black pepper? Where's the fucking black pepper? Where is it? Oh, maybe it's up here.
Is our chief mission.
Aha, there it is. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Fucking go. Stir the stew. Add that shit. I did it.
Now that your stew is done, it is time to add your own special touch.
Yeah, this is one of the things I also liked about this mission. So you do get like a final product. And I think you can come back to her for more, but I think it might be just like a once a day thing that you can make. But yeah, it's got a little added benefit thing. You add a stim pack. It gives you like more health on top of feeding you. Psycho, I think it gives you damage resistance. And then spices, I think it gives you more. It fills you up and quenches your thirst better, if I remember correctly. It's pretty cool. I like it.
A restorative element? How inspired! Delicious and useful. I am sure whoever you choose to give it to will be very appreciative.
Completely unrelated, but you know you've made it when there's art of you. And thank Adam, no one that crazy. No, yeah. That's definitely like the sign of like, oh, you've made it as a content creator when people are drawing
so that we can
First Amendment expressing imagery. We will say. You can also add wine if you have it. Can you? I didn't see that as an option. I saw spices, psycho, and then stim packs. Maybe it was like lower on the menu and I just didn't see it. Well, either way, that's really cool. Give the stew to the raider representative, or give the stew to the settler representative. Oh yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, you give it to them, and then you get like a specific bonus with one or the other, depending on how you do stuff. Oh fuck, maybe I should have actually given it to done the psycho instead, because I feel like the raider is gonna more so appreciate the psycho rather than the stim pack.
This stew makes me feel like I could take on anything. I'm going raiding tonight.
If you add psycho to the yep, I was literally just saying that too. Do you have wine in your inventory? No. I don't. But I didn't see it on the menu. But then again, as I said, it's most likely a situation where it just wasn't I needed to like scroll down on the menu or something. That's probably what it is. Or what it was anyway. Anyway, as far as the right now goes, I think this is gonna have to be where we start wrapping up the stream. I got some timetables I gotta stay up on. But yeah, this was good. We got I've been finding more so recently. As far as the our Fallout playthroughs go. That's why it wasn't an option. Well, the spices one was also an option, but like it showed up on the menu. But again, I think I needed to just like scroll down a little farther. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. We didn't spend as much time knocking around in the ash heap as I was originally planning to this stream. But you know, that's just kind of how it goes. I've been finding more so our Fallout streams are sort of becoming more of like a recap for the week, but then also a just like an open conversation. They're becoming less about like the game itself and more about the conversation around the game or around the franchise. And I think that's pretty cool. I think that is probably more so where I would like the series, or not the series, but Fallout currently.
My friends didn't want to join up with me. Said the responders.
It's in a weird spot, you know? It's sort of been not dormant. I guess dormant is sort of like a good way to describe it. But it's been a lot more on pause, right? With comparing it to a lot of other Bethesda content, there's still always sort of like, you know, stuff coming out for Fallout 76. We didn't even fucking talk about Raven Rock and again. But there hasn't really been like a whole lot of movement on that specifically, but that's also another big thing, the Raven Rock expedition. But like, I guess it's not even, we don't even know if it's an expedition. They said it's like a story update kind of thing, but there wasn't a whole lot of specificities, if I remember correctly. But like it I don't know, it's in an interesting place. Modding is still going on. I actually should probably double check Fallout 4 again, see if I can keep working on my load order. Cause the thing that we were like waiting on entirely was address library to update. And I don't think that we ever got a confirmation on whether or not that updated. So I'm going to have to do that. I will probably be doing that after we get off, the stream for today. Go and do the stuff that I need to do, as far as today goes. And then we'll be doing the regular stuff that we need for, we'll be doing okay. So here's what we're doing for weekend streams, generally. All right. Baldur's Gate 3, Baldlock Run, I've been having a lot of fun with. I don't think that at this current juncture, it's something that we're going to be able to do consistently as a long-term thing. I do think that, well, we're definitely going to be doing it this week, right? That's what we're going to be doing this week. I think that more so, we're probably going to need to, I mean, it kind of depends, but I think for the right now, obviously, like I said, we're going to be continuing it, this weekend. I think that for our character, like the character that we currently have, our Drow Warlock, I'm probably thinking we're going to try to run with that as long as we can. And then like, if we die, we just kind of tag it as a defeat, right? Because, we haven't gotten really anywhere both times we have yet to get past the Blighted Village. And seeing as how that's not even like half of the first of 3 acts, getting to the actual end of the game is going to be interesting. And it's going to be a long while, especially since it's something that currently we're only doing for like a couple hours on the weekends, each weekday. And there's like other stuff I also kind of want to do and kind of want to check out. And there's going to be stuff that we're going to be getting back into, like Schedule 1 when that has more content. Oh shit. What's the video store rental one? God damn it. Now I have to look at my Steam. I'm embarrassing myself in front of chat. Retro Rewind. That has more content that's going to be coming out this fall. The video game update's going to be coming out. There's a lot of stuff that's both out that I want to check out and coming out that I want to check out. So we'll probably be doing the Baldur's Gate 3 stuff either intermittently or just going for that as long as our current character lives, and then either tapping out and admitting defeat or setting it aside and maybe coming back to it a little bit later. I kind of want to get back into Starfield, dink around with that, keep messing around with that. There's other stuff I want to check out. There's horror games that have been coming out that I think you guys would really enjoy. With horror stuff, I'm always sort of like split. I mostly want to hold that off until October and then like just go crazy with like horror games and stuff like that. But at the same time, like there's a horror game that I want to check out that came out in like February, and I've just kind of been sitting on that. So it's going to be like I either play that, whenever, or we just keep going until February or until October and then play it. But then at that point, it's sort of like, so separated from its release window that it's like, okay, well, this is going to be fun to play regardless, but like, and it's like, I don't know. It's just, like doing long form series as like weekend things is interesting. As far as, because then there's other stuff that what's the name of the horror game that I'm talking about?
Helping people is our chief mission.
It's whatever. If that's the one you're talking about, it's whatever. It's whatever Chilla's Arts last game was that he put out. Something about fish. I can't remember the name specifically. But like you look at the last game that he put out, and that's what it is. That looks fun. I want to get in. I want to check that out. Hellmart, if you guys remember, we played that. I've had that for a while, and I've also kind of been sitting on that as far as like the full release. But we haven't done anything with that. I want to get back into play Starfield. Very recently, like I think just like a couple of days ago, Grounded 2 had another update. I want to play more of that. Sorry, I want to play more of Grounded 1 with my weekend friends so that we can get to Grounded 2 a little bit faster and do like, the story stuff so we can kind of get caught up with that. So like we're kind of knocking around the idea of doing Grounded 2 story content together, and then when like specific people can't be, around, like, oh, Witchy can't make this, or Monkey can't make that, that stuff. Or they can't play after like a certain time or whatever, which is more so the case with Witchy because she's, a mom and stuff like that. We do like, base building and like prep and stuff like that for a lot of the like harder sections. More so trying to like hyper focus on getting more stuff done in Grounded 1 so that we can all advance up to Grounded 2 and like, play through that and then get to the point where we check out the new content in that Grounded 2 put out, which is the Abyss update, which adds like the pond area and this like big gnarly tree kind of thing. And it looks crazy. It all looks great. So there's a lot of stuff that I want to do streaming wise, and I want to get in and I want to do it. And like there's some stuff with my work that I'm still sort of like waiting on and like trying to figure out. So it's a situation where like I may be able to switch it up so that we either do shorter streams throughout the week or stick to a Friday, Saturday, Sunday schedule, and then have the potential of like, especially on Sundays when we can all sort of like get together and do Grounded, like doing longer playthroughs there for more like grounded content. So there's a lot of stuff that I kind of want to get back in and I want to do. So like a super like long form dedicated thing, like a Bald Lock run, where we just seem to keep hitting like this natural wall, is kind of difficult. So it's I don't know. I think I'm more so just thinking out loud at this point. Again, we're definitely going to be doing getting back into Baldur's Gate 3 this week. Next weekend we might be swapping out. We're still sort of figuring out whether or not we're all going to be here for next Sunday. But that's some potential stuff that's sort of like in the works as far as like the scheduling of the streams, what sort of content specifically we're going to be covering, things of that nature. So we are definitely sort of on a little bit of a, not hiatus, but we're in a like discovery phase right now as far as like, what we can do, what's working, what people are enjoying, and like what I personally want to get into and play around with, which is a lot. It'd be a lot easier if I was like a full-time streamer, like every single day, like a weekday kind of thing. But currently that's just not the situation. But we'll see. There's never a 0% chance, but especially as a West Coast streamer, there's specific windows that are and are not the better options. That as far as like later streams and stuff like that, because then everybody's gonna fucking be asleep. But yeah, we're still finding out. But this week is gonna be, like I said, pretty much business as usual. Today's stream went great stuff. Fallout Friday, love it. And then tomorrow and Sunday, getting back in, we're going to do more Baldur's Gate 3 Bald Lock run, and we're going to see if we can actually fucking make progress with it. Tomorrow specifically, we're going to really try to focus on, we're going to really try to hyper focus on just blasting through the Grove to get back to, at the very least, where we were with our last character, and then just see how we do, and then that's more so going to determine what we're going to do going forward as far as the live streams go. Did you see the Beyond Spider-Verse leaked? Oh geez, like in a like the whole thing got released on like Reddit kind of thing, or like a clip of it leaked somewhere. The trailer? Oh, well, if it's the trailer, that's kind of a different thing. You said it as if like the entire fucking thing leaked. Aren't they going to like release a trailer in like the fucking next week or so, like week or two?
I only got attacked by Scorched once.
Just like if it's the trailer, that's one thing. If it's like the entire fucking movie, I don't want to see the entire fucking movie, but like the trailer, hell yeah, that's dope. Maybe fucking slide me that shit. Unless it's like fucking, what is it? Like handheld camera quality, like those very clearly like, oh, some Russian guy filmed this in the theater kind of thing. If it's like that, probably not. It's not like the Avatar movie. What do you mean? You mean like it's not like the Avatar movie? I didn't see the Avatar movie myself, so I can't speak much to that. Or not like the movie, the well, I guess I didn't see any. I didn't see the M. Night Shyamalan one, and I didn't see the like Netflix TV show that they got going on. Like the live action TV show. I didn't see that. But yeah, I am stoked for the next Spider-Verse movie though. While we were streaming, my brother actually texted me and he said like, "Hey, I got us all tickets for Doomsday because I guess they just went on fucking I guess they just went on like pre-sale or like, you know, pre-order or whatever, reservation, I guess, for when the movie actually drops. But yeah, for right now, this is going to be the end of the stream. If you enjoyed, like, comment, share, subscribe, ring the bell if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch or on TikTok. Hit the follow button. It helps me out a whole hell of a lot. We will be back, as I said, tomorrow and Sunday at our regular time, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to get in and we're going to do more Baldlock run. Baldur's 3. Wow. Baldur's 3. Baldur's Gate 3. Nuzlocke run. Honor mode, Iron Man. Super difficult, super hard challenge. I really like it. It's been an interesting experience. I just wish I could actually fucking play the game properly so I don't get killed all the goddamn always. We'll see if we can actually make it past the Blighted Village this week. If you want to see more content from me, if you're watching on YouTube, check the description below. If you're watching on Twitch, check the descriptions below the stream. If you're watching on TikTok, check out the link in bio. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Blue Sky. Join the Discord and check out the podcast, Adamcast Podcast, long form interview style content with noteworthy members of the Fallout community. Our latest one was with Bobby Bear, the creator of the Fallout 4 Commonwealth Online mod, bringing co-op and eventually multiplayer into Fallout 4. It's pretty fucking banging. It's a pretty amazing idea. And from what I've been seeing in the Discord server, like the mod is live and like you can actually like get it set up so that you can like multiplayer in Fallout 4 with people. It's still in like an early testing phase. It's still a little buggy. It's still kind of weird and a little jank, but it's coming along pretty well from what I've seen. So if that sounds like something that you're interested in, go check that shit out. You can join the Discord and play test the mod and, you know, help them stress test it and whatnot. It sounds pretty cool. It's pretty great. For now, though, as I said, this is the end of the stream. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you tomorrow and this weekend, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. Let's fucking go. All right. I gotta get moving. I'll see you guys later. Have a good day. Have a good evening. The weekend's here. Let's have fun with it. Go outside, drink water, eat vegetables, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
The work I do is extremely